Yo, we laugh. We laugh on what? Listen, I'm back. Oh shit, let me start the timer. Hold on. There we go. And let me type a test, a little test. You feel me? A little bit. There we go. I think that looks all right. Now, let me say this. I got a pizza in the oven right now. And that shit gonna be good. But listen, until then, until I eat my pizza, and until we start Factorio, we gonna watch some stuff on YouTube on wait, let me grab my phone. As you can see, I got something to confess to. I am otaku, you feel me? I am otaku. Wait, we got chat? Hold on. LOL. Let me tune into stream and look at chat. Yeah. Okay, listen. Can you read chat? Yeah, you can read chat. That's fine. I got a little tuh on screen. You know, everybody loves tuh. Who doesn't like tuh? Anyway. Hold on. I'm gonna open up a private window. Wait, what? $2,000 kilobytes? Is that an issue? Is that messing with my stream? No, right? I mean, the quality looks good. Alright, whatever. Listen. I'm about to tuh everywhere. Let me open up a private window. Here we go. Is this it? Yeah, okay. Got tuh going on. Okay. Listen, what do we want to look at today? Did Hutch upload anything? He did. Oh. All right, buddy. On tuh. Oh my god, please. Please, Speed, I need this. Why is Turkey Tom always like in the recommended of these videos? Anyway.
So the article that I was referencing, the article that I was reading, as a matter of fact, in terms of China's re-education and cultural erasure has ended, and that Xinjiang has now become a tourism destination. He claims that that article does not exist, except here is...
Whoa. We're starting off like that. So it's become a tourist destination. Why? Because they got rid of everyone there, or what?
The article.
Okay, let's take a look at this article. There is no
Wait, let
doubt
me move the
about
timer.
who rules, and evidence of the terror of the last 4 years is everywhere. It's seen in Xinjiang cities where many historic centers have been bulldozed and the Islamic call to prayer no longer rings out. It's seen in Kashgar where one
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. There's a reason why it's a tourist center now, right? Because nobody else is there except the tourists.
was converted into a cafe and a section of another has been turned into a tourist toilet. Is he citing
That's crazy. That is crazy. Well, oh damn.
evidence that, oh, well, China got their act together? Because this article describes basically like a dystopian nightmare. Doesn't sound great. To represent that article as though it is painting a rosy picture of what is going on in that region is so dishonest.
Once again, I don't see the organ harvesting or the execution camps that.
What? What does organ harvesting have to do with it? Like actually what? Is that because of the Ukrainian thing? Like the Ukrainian reporter thing? Or what?
Okay, so the Omni drama that just never seems to end, you guys. I don't know when this is going to end, but the Hassan.
Oh, HutchMod reaction to the HutchMod reaction. Did we have a stroke here? Hassan Ethan debate. Lemau. DG Hippie. He's in chat right now. I made a Twitter specifically to call him out. Okay. You people are on a different fucking planet if you think Ethan is winning anything here. It's fucking disgraceful. Hutch, I hope you detach from the feet of Mr. Bonacelli and find peace. Loved you well past your machinima days. It's a joke from Hutch's chat. The modding question says so themselves in a reply. However, Mike from PA hit the post. Okay, so we're just lying. Okay.
Hassan Ethan stuff is
Classic.
just a content machine for the last like 3 weeks straight. Just a relentless salvo of content. Hassan finally reacted to Ethan's content cop. It finally happened. I think he's continuing to
But did he actually? Like, did he actually?
do so today. I think over the course
That's
of,
my question.
How long is this? 9 hours of reacting? I think he only
Whoa. Whoa.
got through like 45 minutes, bro. I think he only got through like 45 minutes of the video in like 9 hours. So we may have to pick and choose like what spots we tune into.
Prologue. Why am I making
Prologue? What the fuck?
this?
Oh, hi there. It's
That's me. He's watching me play Marvel Rivals in the background. Okay,
me, your
cool.
old friend, Ethan Klein. It's been
What does that have to do with anything?
Is Marvel Rivals BDS? Marvel
Oh
Rivals
no, oh no. Oh no, please.
is not on the BDS list.
Oh, okay,
been a
okay.
while since we've last spoken. In that time, I've had 3 kids,
Not the BDSM list, you f***ing perverts. What is wrong with you guys?
all boys. I've lost
Big Dick Syndrome, classic chat, classic.
100 pounds, and I've picked
Wait, Marvel is Disney. Is Marvel Disney? Is Marvel Disney? Marvel Studios is one of the... Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, dude. Oh no. Why is this? Wait. That's probably Disney. Yeah. No shit. Oh my god. It is on the BDS list then. Since it's Disney. Oh my god.
pissed off 75% of the internet. Probably a lot of you guys too. Actually talking about there at the NRA meeting that's today in Texas. Someone should
What was the NRA again? I forget. National Rifle Association, was that it?
Oh yeah, and I got a tattoo also, so I'm cool like that now.
Bro, this is the most soy thing I've ever seen.
Left or right, I always thought that despite our differences, there was one thing we could all agree on. And what was that?
YouTube ads are way too common, yes. But
Love America and everything she stands for.
Mom and Dad and apple pie.
Sure, there's plenty to criticize and endless things to improve, but I thought it was about making a more perfect union, not tearing it down.
Marching bands.
true.
Pride that only
The thing is, there's something kind of scary brewing in America. Communism.
Lol. Wait, I don't know. This seems like kind of like a Red Scare kind of thing, but I get what he means.
that's America.
I think you can broaden the term and say illiberalism. That's what's
Yeah,
going on.
yeah.
That's alarming, and it is alarming. But it's not just communists. There's a virulent anti or illiberal strain that seems to be growing, picking up momentum, and this is not a great sign for the future.
What is this jingoism? Does jingoism actually apply here? No.
Our society can't exist if we don't have a shared understanding of like our institutions, the rule of law, et cetera, et cetera.
What's their username? Why am I on 480p?
Et cetera.
Platypus dreaming. Jingoism. Bro, these people are so 12-year-old ass editing. What? Whoever put this Aiden JPEG, you are based. Alphonse. I can't read that. I don't even know what that is. Is this intended to be funny? No. Just kind of saying, you know, I love America, basically. The disrespect to Seinfeld. Why?
It's a recipe for something pretty corrosive
And how?
incendiary. There are like 12 communists on Twitter. Just let them be. I wish there was just 12. I do suspect it's a little bit more than 12.
Yeah. The thing is, like, are they actual communists or do they just claim to be communist? But whatever, I guess that doesn't really matter. You don't claim to be something you have no knowledge about, right?
Todd, thank you so much for the primer.
That's America to me.
I started a show a couple of years ago with my acquaintance, Hassan Piker. You might remember him from...
Yeah, by the way, I do want to point out something here. This is January 31st, 2025 was when this video was released. January 31st, 2025. Yeah, I disliked it.
Okay.
I ripped it. I ripped it already. Gotta do it. Gotta do it for the one time.
Didn't even watch it, by the way.
Oh, did he pre-watch? Oh my God.
There was something brewing in the United States of America at that point. You want to know why I say this? I point out the date. Because the thing that was brewing in America was not communism. I know he's trying to make a joke, right?
Okay, he should have extended it to illiberalism. Okay.
He's, I think, trying to make a joke. But we were already deep into the insanity of the Donald Trump Burger Reich administration.
The Hassan doctrine that you can only focus on one thing.
True.
That seems to be the Hassan doctrine.
Well, it's like just because there's a whatever going on, like just because there's, I don't know, like Israel, Palestine, Ukraine, Trump is in office, like I still gotta shower, take a shit, shave, eat, drink. Like I still gotta do normal shit. It's not like I can give up my life to think about these issues 24/7.
Doctrine. Whatever the omni cause is for that day, you can you have to exclusively focus all of your energy, attention,
Yes.
and content
Yes.
on that one thing.
Yes.
And if you divert from that one thing, it means that you don't care about the other things.
True.
That's his
Yes.
his doctrine. I don't know if we're gonna do 1.5. We can do 1.25 here.
At this point,
Yeah, because Hassan speaks so slowly. Like I thought I was like a slow speaker, which by the way, I'm not. English isn't my first language, so I don't know. But man, oh man, some people speak so fucking slowly, especially in the debate. Because Hassan was kind of squirming. So he kind of like had to choose. He chose to tread carefully. And I guess that ended up with him speaking really slowly, which was very annoying.
I was in Japan, escaping the fascist administration rising to power. But
What? Bro, speaking like he's a refugee. What? I was in Japan because I was escaping the fascist rising to power. It's like, bro, you're back home now. You were on vacation. Or was he fleeing from Turkey? Because he's Turkish. He's not. You're not from Hollywood. You're from Turkey. Okay.
But at this point, it had been 11 days.
Actually, I'll take that back. You are from Hollywood.
Since Elon Musk had dropped the Sig Heil twice at inauguration.
Wait, I know I've seen clips of Ethan talking about the Sig Heil. Like it's not
Yeah, he made fun of that.
like he didn't talk about that.
Okay. We're 11 days into Donald Trump. And the reason why I point this out is because I suspect, regardless of the fact that I didn't watch Context Nuke, but I am very familiar with Ethan's commentary on the matter. The reason why I mention this is because Ethan has a lot of issues with figuring out his priorities. Because
By the way, I hate the streamers that do this shit. Like Hassan Abi, Hassan the Hun, Hassan Piker. Like, bro, how many times do you have to plug everything? Like, please.
a lot of
And to have it in like every single frame.
because a lot
Also, let's look at these chats. Please be a fair judge. Don't dislike yet. Yeah. Can we stop watching this shit if we reach like 250k? Why? Also, he didn't reach 250k, did he? He's not joking. I have no idea if it's a joke or not.
a lot of what Ethan talks about in this video are values
All
that
right.
he cares about, values that he wants to defend. Like he's a fighter against anti-Semitism. He's a fighter against like
He is.
right-wing attitudes and things like that.
I don't know what he means by that, but I guess if we're talking about just anti-Semitism, I feel like he's done pretty well at debunking or deplatforming both sides of the spectrum, you know?
He's a fighter against extremism on all
He is.
sides.
Yeah, pretty
And yet-
much, yeah.
It feels like what he chooses to spend his time on
Oh my god.
betrays that idea.
Give me a break. What do you
Bro, if you give him shit, he's gonna address it. It's not that hard to understand, you know?
think is a more existential threat to the human species? Okay, the conflict in Gaza or global warming? You know, the conflict in Gaza is horrifying, and the death toll is immense and sobering. But the prospect of climate change without proper intervention now could result in the annihilation of billions of people. And yet, Hassan chooses to spend most of his time talking about Gaza. So I guess this means that Hassan doesn't care about global warming.
Yes.
I guess if we're playing that reasoning out to its logical conclusion, I guess Hassan just doesn't care about global warming.
Wait, hold on. Give me a second. I got pizza on what? On what I got the pizza. Listen. About to tear this thing up. Let's keep watching. Hold on.
That's what he's saying here. You can't focus on two things at the same time. You can never talk about what is deemed to be the most important issue of that particular day by, the purity testers on the left. And if you diverge from whatever the chosen topic is for that day, it means that you're disingenuous and you don't care about important issues. That's the logic here, and it's so stupid.
Or that you don't care about that
principle that he's operating off of. Because if you're freaking out about anti-Semitism on the rise, I would assume that you probably wouldn't make an entire
He
video
talked about it.
and
oh my god, he talked about
your
Elon Musk.
previously unused platform to attack your former podcast co-host, who you knew was not an anti-Semite, and you, I think, still know is not an anti-Semite, but sometimes you go back and forth on it.
I don't know, man. I feel like Ethan convinced me a little bit during their exchange that Hassan, at minimum, I think you could say, is fully guilty of anti-Jewish microaggressions.
And I know his response always is he can care about two things at once. Yes, but the thing that he's caring about is bullshit. And I think my response to this is going to explain to you exactly why the thing that he ostensibly cares about with respect to me, okay,
T15 is better, appreciate it, buddy,
or all the other people that he brings up in this context nuke, is ridiculous. Especially because
in about 1.3 billion years, the sun will expand to such a degree that it will literally swallow the Earth whole. It will annihilate Earth. That's going to happen in about 1.3 billion years. The fact that Hassan is not regularly talking about the importance of interplanetary colonization.
True.
When we face full-on extinction on this planet, I think is frankly disgusting. The only conclusion that I can reach because of his inaction or his lack of commentary about our planetary extinction, our inevitable planetary extinction, the only conclusion that I can jump to is that he doesn't care about human beings. Hassan is racist against human beings, is what I'm saying.
Whoa there.
Bell comment, thank you so much for $2 Canadian. Hassan is lying. Ethan did use his platform.
Whenever Ethan says, I can care about two things at once.
Yeah.
Well, he certainly doesn't talk about the other thing that he's supposed to care about.
Well, I'm pretty sure he did talk about
Ethan says, I care about the side, for example.
Trump administration.
And then spends every waking moment talking about those who speak out against said side. Then it's kind of hard for people to...
Does he spend every waking moment talking about like the Hassan stuff? It's a lot lately, but I've seen plenty of clips of Ethan talking about Trump. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I've seen those clips.
Go along with this ridiculous narrative that he actually cares about the side.
Spedizioni veloci,
oh my god.
intrattenimento divertente. Su Prime a soli €4,99 al mese.
Such classics as
America deserved 9/11, dude. I'm
Whoa.
yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers in a video game. Sorry. Holy shit. That's not what I said. You dumb cracker bitch.
and of course, the Leftovers podcast, which was our show, which we made broadly to goof on the antics of the right. Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy and controversial jokes at the time we made the show together, because who am I to judge?
There was Ethan Klein being a delightful human being.
I was just going to say, if there's another Holocaust, if they start rounding up the Jews again, I hope Ben gets...
Okay, the Seinfeld references are stale, man. But that's an aesthetic note.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things.
Wait.
And we went on making the show.
Okay.
How old is Ethan? I know Hassan is like 35. But these guys are all Seinfeld babies, right? Of course he makes Seinfeld references. He's that kind of age. You know?
Right off the rip, let me get started by saying...
This, I think, is valid critique. This, I think, is absolutely valid critique of Ethan. Because him saying that, I think that indicates that he didn't really do a lot of due diligence looking into what Hassan says, because it's not like Hassan has not been very outwardly facing what you might call like radical leftists at least that's how he presents himself. I would have to disagree with you, Devs. I don't think that Hassan hides it well. It's like the Pod Save guys. I feel like the Pod Save guys didn't really know a lot about.
But wait, if Ethan is such a like genocide denier and everything, right? And he I don't know, doesn't do his due diligence and he's like obsessed and whatever. Why do you have a podcast with him for like 2 full years? Like what? For what?
About about Hassan's content. I'm not sure that the Pot Save guys are aware that Hassan is like, he literally hates liberals and wants sees the means of production style revolution. But for Ethan to say that Hassan presented himself as a liberal Democrat, well, I mean, how much of his stuff did you watch? Right?
I have failed. I'm a failure. The reason why I failed is because the Leftovers podcast was supposed to be a podcast where this man, who I thought at the time was an open-minded, empathetic, kind person, who was interested in learning, was on his own journey of learning, was supposed to be the goofs and gaps guy, and I was supposed to be the guy that gives them, the meat and the bones. I was supposed to be the information guy. He's the goofs and gaps guy. We clown on the right, and we educate the audience as Ethan himself is getting educated by politics. But it seems like I failed on that educational aspect, considering that his analysis right off the rip is, well, he's a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. What does this mean?
What
does this mean?
It's basic things. And
Now, I get what he means, because like I think at the time, Ethan wasn't really involved in this whole politics streaming thing, and I guess his comprehension of Hassan was just like, yeah, he supports like people's rights, minority rights, equal distribution of welfare, things like that. And then, I don't know, the more and more he understood, or the more and more they talked, or he saw of his content, I feel like the more he understood that that couldn't be further from the truth, right? So I get what he means.
Left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things? Okay.
we went on making
Basic,
a show.
yeah,
for about
basic
2
things like like I said, equality, welfare programs, union rights, things like that.
years, and everything was good. Everyone was having fun. The audience was having fun. No problem. That was until this happened.
We were doing our regular show, and for the first time, I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was.
Ethan Klein did not know what social democrats are, or what that represents, by the way, before Leftovers. And I suspect he might still not know what being a social democrat is, even at this point. But let's continue.
I don't
really understand that.
You're not, again, I don't know what that even means. He's telling you, he's not making any kind of assertion about social democrats. He's telling you, you are a radical communist propagandist liar. That's what you are. That's the assertion that he makes. It's not about fucking social democrats.
And the relevance of like, he didn't know a thing before and now he knows a thing. Like, okay. I mean, you just said a moment ago that the purpose of the podcast was education, and now you're like, huh, he didn't know this thing before.
hate the idea of like people who can be successful. I think it's good that people can achieve success in the term monetary success. I mean, that's what that means, right? I do. There's nothing.
I am not a hater of success. I myself am financially very successful. One of the largest points.
Come on, bro. What do you mean by that? Expand on that, please.
Of contention with my existence from many right-wingers is that, oh, you're a socialist, but you have money.
Not just right-wingers, let me tell you.
How does that happen? So clearly, I don't take issue with that.
It's not about you're a socialist, but you have money. It's about you have money and you're a socialist, but you refuse to use your money for like good things or socialist means, That's what people are saying. Not that you have money. Come on, this is such a dumb fucking like assumption. I don't know, summary.
There is no disagreement there.
Nothing wrong with that.
Because I see so many people in the chat saying no.
Does space work for it does. Okay.
About like what the do you
What is the idea that people are looking for?
You guys are all like radical communists. There's that many radical communists. Suck it, chat. You're watching a capitalist pig. Deal with it.
And then this happened.
This comment from Hassan really started to sound some alarms in my head.
If you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, and one of the parties is a capitalist.
Is this the re-education camps thing?
Yeah. What would you do if the party started gaining momentum?
The solution to that would always be education and offering more
re-education.
Re-education, certainly, yeah.
He's saying in a
verbatim confirming re-education camps. Verbatim.
Socialist structure, economic and government structure, which is not technically incompatible with democracy, as long as it's truly democratic. And you have a socialist structure, and then you have a group of capitalists that are gaining popularity. You have a group of people that form a political party within your socialist structure, and they advocate for opening up the economy to liberalize the economy and, embrace free markets and embrace capitalism. And then that group of people starts to gain popularity and starts to pose a legitimate threat to the socialist structure. What is Hassan's remedy for this? Education. Okay, well, what's the enforcement mechanism? What do you mean education?
Yeah.
Are you saying all of these people are going to voluntarily go to like a community center where they will be taught about the glory of, communism? So right away, the show, when I was talking about it earlier, and I talked about it's not necessarily like communists versus, liberals or fascists versus liberals. It's illiberals versus liberals.
True.
Right away, his immediate solution to a possible capitalist democratic victory over within a socialist structure that could potentially reform the entire structure. Right away, his remedy is illiberal. Let's just force people to forcefully re-educate them.
There should be an enforcement mechanism.
And the fact that he even has the audacity to say this shit out loud. Like, yes, I'm gonna round up capitalists and put them into re-education camps. Because that's what he's saying. That's what the enforcement is. You're gonna put them in camps.
Here, I'll give you an example.
No, education is not the enforcement mechanism. Education is the remedy. What is your enforcement mechanism is the question, which is, I think we all know what he means.
What to do with the right-wing charlatans who are anti-vaxxers and unimaginably racist?
That's not what being capitalist is. That's not. And the fact that you would even characterize it as such, just shows how illiberal and radical you are, and how violent you truly are at heart.
And committed believer in rehabilitation, and because I am a firm and committed believer,
people who want to make the economy more liberal, want to put them into fucking camps because they need to be rehabbed.
In rehabilitation.
What does this even mean?
I believe everyone can be rehabilitated, including right-wing reactionaries.
What does this mean, though? Should we round up right-wing reactionaries and throw them in institutions and re-educate them? Is that what the solution is here?
So if you can understand that from the perspective of getting your parents who are brain broken by insane right-wing sentiment coming back to reality through the process of education, then you can understand exactly what I'm talking about. The problem is, this is red baiting to be like, ooh, this is red terror.
I don't know if that's ever happened. I feel like if your parents are super possessed by like this cultish right-wing mentality, then I don't know. I feel like there's no way for you to reform them, basically.
He wants to do re-education. Now, of course, many of the conversations that we had.
Well, I wish he would just specifically say what does your education look like? What does that look like in practice? And if he went into it, then the whole red scare.
No, but he said it already. He said it, right? The methods don't really matter. It's just you have the remedy and the enforcement mechanism. The remedy is re-education. Okay, fine. Enforcement mechanism is sending people into camps. That's it.
Thing would be justified.
As friends and podcast co-hosts at this point are now being utilized in a nefarious way to say, ooh, he really scared me with this one. Let's take a look.
And in that enforcement mechanism, I think like rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well.
If putting capitalists in re-education camps,
So I guess physically detaining them and putting them in camps. He is just advocating for re-education camps. He is just unironically advocating for re-education camps.
Isn't disturbing enough.
This is, again, very scary. It does not mean, he said capitalist on horribly racist. No, my point is you can understand the importance of education in that regard, right? Because a capitalist is not going to gain incredible amounts of momentum, but a capitalist might actually do crimes in the process. And if that happens, then yes, education and rehabilitation.
What? Can we just unpack what he just said there? Now he's weaseling out of his original position, which is round them up and throw them in re-education camps. Now he's altering that. He's trying to sanitize it a little bit by saying if the capitalists commit some kind of crime in the pursuit of their, democratic project to bring about capitalism, then you throw them in institutions and re-educate them, which is not what he said before. Like, I just really wish he would just full-throatedly own the stuff that he says. Just say what you have to say. Just tell people what you actually believe. He is obviously squirming out of his previous advocacy for just throwing people in camps. Oh, if they incidentally, in their advocacy for capitalism, commit a crime, then you have a justifiable pretense to institutionalize them. And then when you do, you can.
And by the way, you don't.
Them.
You don't. Because even people who are physically detainable, you should have a due process, and once you have a due process, the due process would involve, of course, designing the re-education system as to who needs to be re-educated, and to design that system so that capitalists need to be re-educated according to due process is exactly the same enforcement fucking mechanism of rounding people up and putting them in camps.
That's not what he said before. He's just lying here.
Is absolutely a necessity. It is a far more preferable outcome than actually throwing someone into, as Ethan Klein claims here, camps.
That's what you advocated for. Be honest. That's what you said. It's obviously what you said.
I never said camps. He said camps. Notice how he...
But what are the enforcement mechanisms? There's no other enforcement mechanism for re-education.
Hey, Hutchie Boy, why did the U.S. consider Nelson Mandela a terrorist? I'm just curious as to what your opinion is, considering you're a white man living in an empire that is still stealing resources from other countries. Before we get to that, and I'm happy to talk about that, are you aware that Nelson Mandela supported Israel's right to exist and advocated for a two-state solution? Are you aware of that? He was technically a Zionist. Did you know that? I swear to God, this brand of lefty would hate Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks, or Nelson Mandela, who were all Zionists, by the way.
And they all try to deny history. All these historical figures, they just want to overwrite, basically, and just say, oh, none of this mattered. Like Nelson Mandela, we talked about, Anne Frank and her father. We talked about the Warsaw Ghetto and all of the guys that were involved in that. We talked about the foundation of Israel. It's like they have no kind of respect for any historical figures. It's so insane.
Identified with Jewish persecution. It wasn't just like a tactical thing. It wasn't just like the practical workings of a one-state or a two-state. He identified with Jewish persecution and legitimately felt like they had a right to exist secure within borders. To answer your question, why did America have Nelson Mandela on the terrorist list for a long time? What do you want me to say? Our government has done and said bad things. They have held bad positions. They considered Martin Luther King to be a terrorist, if I'm not mistaken. Who is sweeping for the United States government? I assume they had him on a terrorist. I assume they classified him as a terrorist because he refused to denounce violence. He did not co-sign targeting civilians, but again and again and again, he refused to denounce violence. He believed that violence had become necessary at a certain point. towards the end of his life, he embraced the doctrine of nonviolence again. So there was like a 40-year period or like a 35-year period where he was open to violence. Towards the end of his life, he was definitely like an advocate for nonviolent resistance. But he refused to broadly condemn violence. And so I assume that's why they called him.
And by the way, Nelson Mandela wasn't advocating for separatism in South Africa. He didn't want to separate the indigenous colonies that were granted by the South African government from South Africa itself. We're talking about a one-state thing. This isn't Israel and Palestine are two different entities, and there's no civil uprising in what's happening here. It's purely war on another country. That's it.
But he was not a terrorist. He did not target civilians.
He's guiding the conversation in the aftermath without me being able to respond, to lead you to believe that I want concentration camps.
I started to note if putting capitalists in re-education camps isn't disturbing enough, I started to notice that Hassan was carrying a lot of water for communist states' war crimes.
He's still drinking the Dr. Pepper. What the fuck?
And sides.
What do you call Crimea? I call it a part of Russian territory, bitch. That's what I call Crimea. I call it Crimea River, a Russian river. The annex.
Oh boy.
Is he going to respond to the actual full context here? I suspect not. Is he going to actually
bring it up? Bring it up. Bring up the context. Bring it up, please.
Matter even a little bit? Probably not. Let's see. Annexation of Crimea is absolutely a justifiable annexation.
Tibet was literally a feudal.
Okay. Nope. Just moving on. Got it. Okay.
Bring it up.
Russian communism is hilarious. Russia, as I have maintained over and over again, is an irredentist kleptocracy.
Not Russia. Oh my god. But who said Russian communism? We just said they're an expansionist fucking warmongering nation. That's what he was trying to say with Crimea. Nobody said anything about communism.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine is unjustifiable.
So why did you say that you were on no one's side? You just said that like a week and a half ago or a week ago on Adam Friedland's podcast. When he was asked about Russia, Ukraine, he said, I'm on no one's side. But he's saying right here that Russia's invasion was unjustifiable. So why would you not take a side in that spot?
There are a million different moments where I have described this process. I fundraised for Ukrainian refugees to the tune of $200,000 after the invasion of Ukraine. I do not believe that Russia is a communist country at all. It is an authoritarian kleptocracy. Why is he presenting this?
But nobody said anything about communism. Oh my god. We agree. Yes, they're an irredentist, authoritarian, whatever the fuck, kleptocracy, I guess, if you want to define it as such. What we said is their expansionism is unjustifiable, and that's where you disagree. You think that Crimea, being seized, Donbass, Luhansk, all these regions, Abkhazia, South Ossetia, whatever attacks they've been doing on like the Finnish border, the Belarusian border with Poland, it's all justifiable to you.
Why is he presenting this information as though I believe Russia is actually in the right here? There is a difference that
that's
I
what you
have
said.
maintained over and over again. Russia's annexation of Crimea.
I am going to get one guy today. You have a very childish way of thinking when it comes to America. You do realize that Latin Americans, the Middle East, Africa are all victims of the United States. You keep saying you understand, but fail to realize that we created this chaos. Look at Haiti. Haitians over 75,000 white men.
The reason Latin America is at peace, and it's been at peace, is because the United States was there to watchdog the whole thing.
Women and children. They were the first liberated black country. I think generally speaking, most normal, sane individuals think that, I don't know how many people are pure pacifists who believe that you should never do any kind of violence. I'm not. I think that's it's kind of a silly position. Like if somebody tries to invade you or oppress you, seems like violence is sometimes necessary. I think most normal, sane individuals think that when you target civilians, it becomes unacceptable.
And also the reasons why you're doing the violence too, right? Because it's not like Hamas, or sorry, it's not like Nelson Mandela was doing the violence because he wanted a caliphate, like he wanted a fundamentalist theocracy to be installed in South Africa. No, he just wanted black people to, or the native South Africans, to stop being like second-class citizens. That's it. So to compare the two is insane.
And you can find examples like the ANC, for example, their struggle against apartheid that spanned 9 decades. I think the ANC the original inception was in like 1910 or 1915, and throughout their entire existence, I believe it was one.
Because apartheid started in the 1950s, and then South Africa fell in 1996, I think. Sorry, the apartheid system fell in 96. So, I guess 40 something years, maybe.
100 to 200 civilians died, and they were not systematically targeted by the ANC.
That's true.
We have examples of resistance movements that did not rely on terrorism.
Russia has a profoundly important military base in Sevastopol that it actually had a loanership agreement over with Ukraine even before it actually overtook Crimea. But there's a difference between the annexation of Crimea and what took place in the aftermath of said annexation of Crimea versus what Russia is doing in Ukraine right now. As far as
it appears as though Hassan is very...
Oh, why? You should have just said, oh my god, this was so easy to debunk. He should just concede that, you know what, Russia has no right to be in Ukraine anyway. That's it. It's so simple.
He's tactical about like which forms of imperialism he supports.
My stand.
It doesn't seem like he has a broad anti-imperialist position. If he's going to justify the Russian annexation of Crimea or the Chinese annexation of Tibet, which technically, like on paper, Tibet was always a part of China, but it was a de facto independent state for like 4 decades when China invaded.
On this, there's no defense of Russia taking any additional land. Okay, this is a ridiculous act, and I have maintained the position that Crimea, throughout its historical,
and yet he's neutral in the Russia-Ukraine war. Okay,
true
process under the USSR even before then.
We just watched the clip. He's not neutral. He's backing Russia on the clip.
Has been Russified. This is precisely the reason why Western polls, not even like the Russian annexation and the subsequent quote-unquote democratic process that took place, but the pre-Russian annexation before Russia's military incursions in eastern Ukraine as well.
Why is... his chat is actual dick riders. Look at how people are like trying to get his attention by pinging him. Are they fucking dumb?
People that I'm fully getting one guide here. It's insane that you guys can't comprehend why Hamas even exists. Okay, let's see. Let's test the extent of your empathy. Why do you think Zionism exists? Honey, I'm curious. Could you articulate for me why you think Zionism as a project?
One guy.
Why do you think that happened?
One guy moment.
You want to make space for the nuance or like why Hamas exists, which is like a valid topic. That's of course valid. We should talk about like why Hamas came to power and you know what enabled their rise to power in Gaza. That's of course a relevant discussion, but you have space for that kind of nuance. But I wonder if you have any space for like why do you think Zionism exists? Like, why do you think that came to be a thing? This is another point about Mandela, too, by the way, because Mandela recognized that Zionism was a product of anti-Semitism. Like, Mandela understood that that project would not exist were it not for Jewish persecution in basically every country that they ever lived in throughout time.
That lived in Crimea were rather sympathetic to Russia.
Except for the US, right? That's, yeah.
Already. This is part of the reason why Russian annexation of Crimea, while still unjustifiable under international rights and international humanitarian rights.
So why'd you say Crimea River, a Russian river? Did you change your mind? It seems like his position has shifted here.
No, he's just
humanitarian law
deflecting.
Was done without a single shot being fired in the process.
I guess it was peaceful. It was a peaceful, forceful annexation.
Separate Crimea and the annexation.
Hold on. I have to look this up. How many people... Wait, casual... What the fuck am I typing? Casualties. Crimean annexation. 2 soldiers killed. So first of all, we're lying. We're lying. 3 people died. And 6 people died. I'm sorry. Okay.
Of Crimea, as opposed to
they peacefully forcibly annexed Crimea, I guess.
The completely ridiculous and incredibly violent invasion of Ukraine.
Is that even true? It involved a military invasion by Russian troops, which began in February 2014 and led to the annexation on March 18, 2014. The annexation was marked by the occupation of strategic sites, a controversial referendum, and the dismissal of the Crimean government. The international community, including Ukraine and many countries, condemned the annexation as a violation of international law and a violation of Ukraine's territorial integrity. So I guess if you militarily invade and occupy a space without firing a bullet, I guess that's peaceful? I guess that's what he's saying?
In the aftermath of the annexation of Crimea, Ukraine shut off the waterways into Crimea by damming the waterways that were designed under the USSR into Crimea, making Crimea even reliant on making Crimea basically reliant on Russia. If this in and of itself, beyond the unjustifiable land extraction, land annexation, outside of the fact that the land annexation is still unjustifiable, if there was an opportunity for Ukraine to be able to salvage Crimea, it would have taken place already.
So it's condemnable. It's condemnable for Ukraine to what did they do? Destroy a dam in their resistance?
No, it wasn't even that.
For
they dammed the piping to the offshore Crimean water units, which of course you're going to do that. You're not going to give your enemy, your rival, more infrastructure to work with. I don't even understand this point.
For example, like the Houthis blocking trade throughout a particular region.
I don't know why people still try to I don't know why people still try to relitigate this process when Donald Trump has already offered Crimea with a legalized annexation to Russia. Now, as far as Tibet.
But who's justifying that? Hold on. Nobody was justifying that at all. Don't stream myself playing Factorio. Listen. I'm gonna be on Factorio low-key fun as fuck. And also, I'm just eating right now, so we're doing a little React Andy. But if you have videos you want me to watch, Kiko, I'm gonna take them. Also, soy. How is it soy? Oh, you play Genshin. Shut the fuck up. Anyway.
Autonomous zone.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean, in America, when I say something like this, people get very upset. You know, we talk about the Dalai Lama saying "suck my tongue" or whatever, but that's not far from the norm in normal Tibetan existence before the.
This is, of course, and this is one of the more egregious examples, but this is, of course, wildly inconsistent. If Hassan is saying that it was justified for the Chinese military to, invade and annex and ethnically cleanse Tibet because there was a practice of slavery that occurred during that time, he's, of course, now saying that America would be justified in...
I have seen it. Please, Lord, let this happen. You know how funny it would be if Ethan's lawyer were to play like a 15-minute compilation of all the times Denims has called Ela Klein a baby killer in court. You know how funny that would be? Please.
Invading and annexing any country that currently practices slavery. What he's saying, right? Like
the Communist Party came in and
China unilaterally took over Tibet, swept their culture. They basically are trying to,
No one is culture is slavery. I don't know why. He brought.
Yeah, listen. It's one of those. Please, Lord, let this happen because it would be so funny moments, But realistically, like, she would be wasting all of her money. I guess it's not her money. I guess she's... Wait. I saw that she opened up a fundraiser. Fundraiser. Denim's lawsuit. Suing Ethan Klein for defamation legal fund. Oh, man. 30K? Who is donating to this? I guess her fucking rabid anti-Semite fans. Ethan Klein lied about me supporting CPS coming to his home. That's not what he said. Why donate to this? I don't know. It's either too much money or not enough brain, you know. That's not what he said, by the way. He said that you have been harassing him and his wife, and that harassment eventually led to someone calling CPS erroneously. Or someone calling CPS multiple times, like, we don't know. If he doesn't retract, this GoFundMe is for legal fees. Why would he retract? Oh yeah, this legal notice. Oh man. Alright. Via email and FedEx, Ethan Klein. I guess this would be his address, and then is the return address maybe? Our law firm is legal counsel. The social media commentator and content creator Denims. Aren't you supposed to put like your actual name? Unless it gets to court and then you want to plead anonymity. In which case you'll be Jane Doe. But you're supposed to put like your real name, I think. It has come to our attention in response to an apparent Child Protective Services visit to your home in or around March 15. Or sorry, 2025. What did I just read? You publish numerous false statements on your YouTube channels H3 Podcast and H3HP Productions, which reach millions of viewers and listeners, stating that either Denims herself filed the preceding CPS report about you, resulting in that's not what he said again, or that Denims caused others to do so. Yes, that might be true. No, I'm not gonna do that. Denims is participating in a CPS lie. Denims endorses this. Call CPS on them. Their kids should be taken away. Yeah, that's what the chat messages were about. And you should be suspended for shit like this on Twitch, by the way. Unmoderated chat behavior is a suspendable offense. Nasty, pathetic lying. Just like such a horrible, disgusting person. True. Whatever. You don't lie about people's kids and have CPS go to their house. What would she even sue him for? Did you watch like her live stream? What would she sue him for? Would it be defamation? Because defamation is a very high standard to prove. It's like you need to prove that you lied about someone and that you did it intentionally while knowing that you were lying. So all you need to say basically when on trial is I believed everything I was saying. In particular, penal code makes it a crime to make a false or unsupported report to CPS. Probably call him Bad Empanado as a witness. He'll never show up because he's in Argentina. And Argentina apparently doesn't pursue any kind of discrimination or harassment at all. I guess because their police don't speak English or whatever. You have committed libel per se as against my client, and you are subject to all resulting civil liability exposure. Garcia versus City of Merced. Case brief summary. What? Okay, ChatGPT, get me a link for this shit. Shut the fuck up. Grab me a link for the Garcia versus City of Merced proceedings document. There we go. Govinfo.gov. District of California, Fresno. Okay, City of okay, wait, what? Filed by attorney Alfonso Garcia against the City of Merced. Falsely arrested? What? Okay. So what the fuck does that have to do with this? Did an actual lawyer write this? Hea Barnissim. Hea Barnissim. No, they didn't. I think. What the fuck is this? Innovative Legal Services. Oh, okay, so it is a. It was a lawyer. Okay. Well, false arrest and imprisonment. What are we talking about? Substantial reputational damages. Yeah, probably. Right.
Slavery culture here.
He's talking about
Hold
Tibetan
up.
Buddhism, but okay.
From a Western perspective, this
they destroyed Tibetan Buddhist temples. They outlawed the practice of the religion. I believe, right? He's focusing in on the practice of slavery, but he's obviously not talking about like when he says their culture was quelched. There was like mass murder. Yes, the Chinese government has destroyed many Buddhist temples in Tibet. The destruction of Tibetan Buddhist monasteries began in 1945 in Manchuria. Spread to Tibet from 1959, continued during the Cultural Revolution from 1966 to 1976. During the Cultural Revolution, they saw the destruction of thousands of monastic dwellings and expulsion of monks, nuns, and lay practitioners.
Hold up. Fuck. All right. What's that?
From the Larungar Buddhist Institute in 1960, Tengdro Monastery was destroyed during the wave of violence that followed Mao's call for democratic reforms. The current status today, many monasteries in Tibet have been reestablished, but they are often...
I was hoping you would do that and also delete all your videos.
...seen as
LOL.
The show of tolerance by Chinese authorities.
This immediately rings alarm bells where it's like, well, you're making the British Empire had to permanently occupy India because they all have had a barbaric culture or whatever, or that the United States of America had to.
Wait, what is this? Breaking new evidence set to drop momentarily.
Is that actually comparable? I'm trying to think. So China occupying Tibet is kind of like, and justifying it is kind of like implying that the UK had to occupy India because they have a barbaric culture. I guess, maybe. But no, right? Because the UK was coming at it from a colonialism perspective. Whereas the UK was coming at it from or sorry, the UK was coming at it from a colonialist perspective, and they didn't want to oppress like the religious majority of the region, right? Like nobody in India, nobody in British Raj was forced to give up their religion until I guess later on when they expelled the Bangladeshis and the Pakistanis, but that was after the UK left. So, and China's coming at this from an angle of trying to get rid of Muslim majority populations in those regions. So I don't think it's comparable. But sure, I guess, whatever.
Necessarily linking Epstein file cover
I don't know,
to
that's
a
kind
member of the Trump administration.
What?
Who is this person? U.S. Army Colonel, retired combat veteran, SecDef advisor, author, consultant, military TV analyst. Who is this person? Do we like this person? Okay. Keep an eye on that.
To tame the savages. That is not the argument here at all. Okay? That is not my argument at all. And while there are issues with the continued sovereignty over Tibet that China has had, Tibet being a part of the Chinese empire in perpetuity and having some semblance of autonomy throughout even the nationalist process, and certainly under Mao as well, has been the same thing since the fucking...
Some semblance of autonomy? Wait, what?
19th century.
Yeah, what did he just say that they had? He said that Tibet had some semblance of autonomy under Mao?
Thoughts on the Ethan versus Hassan debate. My humble opinion is that Ethan blew him out, okay? But I think even if you believe that Hassan won that debate, it's kind of shocking how close it was, right? Like Hassan shouldn't win that debate by like a split decision. This is like Ethan Klein winning this debate or coming close to winning this debate. If you don't think he won, he definitely came close. If it's kind of like him winning this debate is kind of like a world professional boxer, like let's say Canelo, right? Like Canelo being beaten up by a guy who plays baseball on the weekend, right? That's kind of like the comparison. So absolutely shocking. Deflecting, the manipulation tactics, none of it really worked on Ethan, and I'm glad he called all of it out because it was very obvious to I mean most of us watching, right? But I don't know, I feel like with Hassan and his fans, Hutch said this like 10 minutes ago, but the tactic is to say, well, there's XYZ going on right now, so we can't talk about this. Like, whatever the main thing is going on right now, you can't talk about anything else. So if you have personal grievances with Hassan, he'll just defer to, like, bro, there's a genocide going on. Why are we talking about this? You know? There's no winning.
It was the Tibetans themselves that wanted to rise up against the feudal land ownership.
I believe that there was an incident, a particular incident where it was either 1,000 or multiple thousands of Tibetan like civilians showed up to try to protect a monastery. So this idea that there was this, you know, he's kind of promulgating the narrative.
Yeah, like think about like think about like, did the UK like try to demolish monasteries in India? I don't even know what the equivalent is in their religion, Hinduism. I don't know what Hindu temples are referred to as, but did they try to do that? I don't think so. I think infrastructure was mostly preserved as is for India. That's why they have all the like historical sites, you know, all the giant Hinduist temples and the giant Hinduist statues and whatever, like the Taj Mahal, and you know, I think they even did it in Pakistan. Like Pakistan has some insanely huge mosques, so very dumb to compare it to. I guess you could compare the two, because you know comparisons are by definition arbitrary. But I just disagree totally.
Narrative that China came in and, you know, freed everybody from their oppressors, but I don't think it's quite that simple.
It wasn't simply just Chinese.
Hutch, you gotta be more specific, man. Come on now. Come on.
Annexation and occupation.
I mean, it was.
It was actually an abolition of serfdom in Tibet.
Okay.
This is no different than other Han Chinese areas that were previously occupied by the nationalist forces, where once the Maoist forces took over, a lot of the peasant class that was under the rulership and even fought alongside the nationalist forces defected. The reason as to why they defected was because they wanted to restructure Chinese society completely. Because when faced with these two options of working with Mao, working alongside Mao, and rewriting the rules of Chinese land ownership, they, of course, chose a universalized land ownership structure rather than going back to the nationalist-dominated previous landlord ruling over the peasant class structure that they existed under. It is not different.
But how does that justify? How does that justify? Like, I don't know if, man, it's so hard to find a comparison now. But like, let's imagine that Botswana. Now, actually, you know what? Maybe Rwanda is a good example. Like invading Rwanda and enslaving everyone and oppressing religious, or sorry, not enslaving everyone, but destroying religious monuments and like whatever, oppressing religious movements, just because they live in a backwards kind of feudal dictatorial society. That's not justifiable. That's why North Sentinel Island is like kind of left alone. Because like, what are we gonna do there? Like, we're just gonna go there and kill everyone? Why? Just let them be. Like, who cares?
Different. What happened in Tibet is also not different. What happened afterwards is
Tibetan peasants resisted Chinese occupation during the invasion. Following the Chinese invasion in 1950, Tibetans, particularly in the Chamdo area, engaged in military conflict against the Chinese forces. I wonder why he left that out. The 1959 Tibetan uprising marked...
Come on, Hutch. Be more specific. Be more specific, please.
...a significant resistance movement where hundreds of thousands of Tibetans protested against Chinese rule, leading to the Dalai Lama fleeing into exile. This uprising is a pivotal moment in the ongoing struggle for Tibetan independence and resistance against the Chinese occupation. Wonder why he left that out.
That is a certainty, because Tibetans still, as far as I understand, maintain a lot of love and a lot of support for the existing Dalai Lama, regardless of the fact that the CIA actually used that to their advantage, gave a lot of money to the Dalai Lama. It doesn't matter. Tibetans like the Dalai Lama. That's
why bring up the CIA? What does that have to do with anything?
it. Okay. And there are contemporary issues in Tibet right now as far as Tibetan sovereignty, Tibetan culture, and these are still significant problems. But if we're talking about the way that the Chinese annexation of Tibet took place, it's not the same as China coming in and taming the barbaric Tibetans. Tibetan serfs did not want to be serfs. They did not want to continue existing.
They financed the Dalai Lama? Even if, like, I'll concede on that being true. Why is that important? And more importantly, right, how is foreign influence in a religious body important if you don't recognize the religious body itself? How?
Within the peasant structure where they were being dominated by land.
Okay, I mean, would it be justified for America to invade India because they still practice the caste system there? Would that be... I mean, I guess, according to Hassan, that would be morally justified, correct?
Landlords, they're landowners.
I mean, that would be a very bloody war, but yeah.
Homogenize the culture.
If your culture...
They're trying to swell the religion and the identity.
The part of feudal warlords and slavery, abolishing that, yes, I do think that is good.
No, China did them a favor.
This is a good way to describe type.
Wait, what was said? I'm sorry.
Morally justified, correct?
landlords. They're landowners.
I mean, that would be a very bloody war, but yeah.
Homogenize the culture.
If your culture,
They're trying to swell the religion and the identity.
the part of feudal warlords and slavery, abolishing that, yes, I do think that is good.
No, China did them a favor.
This is a good way to describe Taiwan as well. The American federal government going to the south and killing.
Because of communist China, I mean, there's nothing about it related to the conversation, but America in the 20th century was nuts. Okay, but I guess I'll concede on that, sure, but I don't think any of that justifies like the Chinese Communist Party marching into Tibet and destroying religious monuments or killing civilians, or them doing the same to like Uyghur Muslims, which is what Hassan is trying to justify here, which is crazy. Because on one hand, in the Middle East, you're like the biggest supporter of Muslim majority regions, you know? But somehow when it's in China, then it doesn't ring any alarms for you. I don't know. Very strange. Also, hello, Electrocan. I forgot to say hi. Hi.
Unfortunately, not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery. This is violent retribution from a powerful federal government that squashed, okay?
By the time China invaded, again, Tibet had been a de facto independent nation for multiple decades, like 4 decades.
That is the South in the Civil War?
Yes.
Like imagine like this analogy would be appropriate if like
there isn't good guys when geopolitics is the conversation, unfortunately. Hello. I think there's good guys. Just the good guys tend to shift around, you know? Like there's people who have the general population's best interests at mind, but they tend to shift around. Like if yesterday it was the US, then I guess today it's the EU, and then tomorrow it will be, I don't know, the upcoming regions like, I don't know, Botswana or what regions are there? Sheesh. I'm trying to think. Canada, maybe? Yeah, Canada's kind of been that constant, I guess. Like between the EU and the US kind of balance it out. There are good guys, it's just they shift around, which is, I guess is what you're saying, yeah.
Like the Southern Confederacy had essentially been operating as an independent nation for like 45 decades.
I don't really have that perspective by being a Latin American, but I see your point. When it comes to Latin America, I've always looked at the US being a mostly positive force. Because during like World War II, wait, let me see if I remember this correctly. Obviously, they don't have too much influence now, but yeah, I think it was like one of these countries used to be bigger. Was it Brazil that was bigger? No, wait, what? Gran Colombia. I do speak Spanish somewhat, but I'm not involved with. I don't remember. One of these was larger. Venezuela was fucking with Guyana all the time, and I think Bolivia had access to a coast or something. The US heavily influenced the parties on the for the breakup that resulted on Guatemala, El Salvador, Panama. Sure, and I'm not defending like banana republics, but I think the US being around as kind of like a big brother, you know, the big brother role, I think was very good for South America, just in general, as like, because one of these, I swear, like a couple of these places during World War II were fascist, and the only reason they didn't declare war on surrounding nations was because they were afraid that the Allies would join. I swear that was the story, right? It was your nation? Where from, man? Was it Ecuador? Or Bolivia? One of those. It was one of these. I think this is Ecuador, Colombia, Venezuela, right? Or was it Paraguay? No, I don't know. I think it was Bolivia, but I'm not certain. But I think, just in general, to sum it up, I think the big brother that America played for, or sorry, the US played for, sorry, it was Argentina? Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, they kind of did against the UK with the Falklands and whatever. Kind of a dumb. You live in Brazil? Yo, gato fechado. That role was very important for South America, in my humble opinion, of course.
Yes.
45 decades, Jesus Christ, for like 40 years.
The previous serfdom structure, and it's not Tibetan culture. I think it's like ridiculous to say. It's like, I think this is akin to saying like black people in the South.
He's talking about Tibetan Buddhist culture. It is an objective fact that China wanted to erase Tibetan Buddhist
yes.
culture.
Yes.
It's just a part of their culture.
But more than anything, even if it wasn't culture and it was like religion and social order, I still think it's unjustifiable
to be enslaved. That's not the case. Okay?
This is such a gross, and this is what he does. Like, I feel like Hassan's like patented move is the straw man. You know, everybody has like different logical fallacies that they fall back on, and Hassan's superpower, his Hadouken, is the straw man, because Ethan never made that claim about slavery being like the main component of Tibetan culture.
That's not the case at all.
It's just, he's just wildly distorting what Ethan said.
The reason why I try to use this analogy.
How do people not see through this? Like, how do his viewers not like question in that moment?
I don't know if they have the capacity for like questioning something like this. Or they just resort to that's what Hutch said earlier, which is they just resort to like, oh, but actually none of this matters because there's Israel Palestine going on right now, so none of this really matters. Which is obviously very dumb and reductionist in nature. But still.
Moment, like, did Ethan say that?
Analogy here is because it was initially a resistant, an action of resistance against the the feudal serfdom structure in Tibet.
Yes.
And most disturbingly, a complete whitewashing of the Chinese.
It was just a full-on Chinese military invasion. Like he's framing it like it was this massive uprising of the proletariat or whatever.
Against their Muslim minority group, the Uyghurs.
Really?
Don't they have Uyghur death camps? Is that?
It's not a death camp. They were re-education camps, and they are no.
Again with the re-education. Oh my god! So he knows what it means. He must know what it means. My god! How did you go to university for this stuff and not know what it means? He must know what it means. That's crazy. That's crazy though. You would dare say something like that about like ideological opponents, that they need to be like forcibly detained in camps and re-educated, which again you didn't even describe what that would entail, which is where you would really start going off a cliff.
No longer in operation.
Is that
according
true?
to the Associated Press?
I mean, is that true? Wait, that's news to me. The Xinjiang, am I saying that right? Internment camps, officially called vocational education and training centers.
I think it's
Xinjiang.
Xinjiang, maybe. Xinjiang. Autonomous, yeah. Ooh. How many people live here? 26 mil? That's not that much. 16 per square kilometer? What's like the density of like, I don't know. Population density. You know what? I mentioned a ton this stream, but... Oh, okay, so it is lower. I mean, this country is basically uninhabited. Kalahari Desert. But... Type tut in chat. Type tut. We love tut. How many? 40. So it is ethnic majority Uyghur. Kazakhstan. Ainu language. Turkic. Okay, so these people are Turkic. Never really developed. I mean, depends. Obviously, that's true, but I would rather it not develop. Geography as a challenge, absolutely, yeah. Especially with like lower Tibet. But I would rather it not develop and minority, or actually majority rights be respected. You know? But that's what Hassan is arguing against. He's saying we should develop those regions more and take away the social orders that they currently have because they're harmful. And the Chinese Communist Party should start also destroying religious monuments, even though he didn't say it out loud, but that's obviously what he believes. So that's the view of the party. Yeah. But it's crazy somehow to have on both hands, like, oh, Israel is invading Palestine and they're like oppressing the Muslim majority, and then, well, actually what China is doing is completely justifiable. Like, what? The contradiction there is, to me, it's kind of insane. Because I don't condone either, to be very clear. I don't know how you can do one but not the other. If you condone both, then okay. If you condemn both, then okay. But how do you do one and then not the other? Sorry, I just had a hiccup. I just don't understand, really.
People's Republic of China are internment camps operated by the government of Xinjiang and the Chinese Communist Party Provincial Standing Committee. Human Rights Watch says that they have been used to indoctrinate Uyghurs and other Muslims since 2014 as a part of the People's War on Terror.
I think there's just power. Wait, what do you mean? Do you mean like the oppressor-oppressee dynamic? A lot of people are brain broken by that stuff. But what do you mean? Israel, China, the US, the EU, Russia? What do you mean?
A policy announced in 2014, 37 countries have expressed support for China's government for counterterrorism and de-radicalization measures. The Xinjiang Zongtai group is running some of the re-education camps and uses
Xinjiang Zongtai? Limited resources, limited spheres of influence, limited energy. Sure. But I would argue that they will do what they think is needed. Sure, but then I mean, I can have an opinion on what they do, right? Like, I don't think what Israel is doing right now or what China is doing right now in Xinjiang, or what Israel is doing in the West Bank. Gaza, not so much. Gaza, I disagree on. What they're doing in the West Bank is condemnable. Like, I think I don't think they should be doing that, even if they think it's needed. I disagree completely, but I get what you mean.
This is
But a lot of people are brain broken by like the oppressor versus oppressee dynamic, you know? Like that one group is always the oppressors and the other is always the oppressee group. And I don't know, it just kind of breaks people's brains when you kind of throw it at them that both sides just think what they do is necessary. Because like when you think about Israel Palestine, I think Ethan put it best when he said the only way you can have a peaceful agreement in Israel and Palestine is if you respect the trauma of both groups. So Palestine needs to have their self-determination, and that's absolutely necessary. And then the other thing that's completely necessary is Israel's right to have secure borders, because those are the necessities of what they see. And if they don't get those, then guess what? They're still gonna. You can sign a ceasefire and like give the hostages back, but eventually they start. Because like, how many wars have there been? How many wars between Israel and Palestine so far? 48, 56, 67, 73, 82, 2006, and right now. So what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 wars between them. You mean to tell me that all of those wars were started just because Israel? Come on, bro. Israel was oppressing everyone? Come on, bro. They just do what they think is necessary.
Allocated workers in their facilities. I don't know where he's seeing that. Has China really closed its re-education camps in Xinjiang? Are the re-education camps in Xinjiang?
I think I agree with you. I mean, that land is important for a very large part of the world, religiously meaning. I really don't think either side on that case. You don't like either side on that case. I'm indifferent. I don't really care about either side. I will say, if you look up like I agree with you, by the way. It's very important religiously, but also it's like the only place where Jewish people can actually go, because like, look at this map, bro. Holy shit. There's like sources for all of this, and we could look at it if you want. But in Egypt, I think 2017 there was 20 Jewish people in Egypt. Now there's 12, okay? In Syria in 2017 it was 100 Jewish people. Now I think it's only 3 or 4 people left. In Afghanistan it's 1 known Jew. In Yemen today it's 1 known Jew and he's imprisoned. Libya it's 0, Algeria 50, Morocco I'm not sure about, I haven't read. Lebanon I also think it's probably close to 0. Oman it's 0. So yeah, Middle East and North Africa. What they call MENA, I guess. MENA. But like, you look at this map and you realize, damn, these guys really do need a place to live because they can't go anywhere. What's up, what's up, Max? What's up? Yo, we gonna get to play Factorio in a moment, but we're molding over this shit.
Close. The Chinese government
also type in chat.
Claims they are, and journalists and sinologists from Europe and the United States confirm it. Washington Post article from September 2022 concluded that the re-education camp program appears to have ended in 2019 under international pressure. The article made waves internationally. Last year, 2 German experts on China wrote in a guest article for NZZ that the camps have now largely been dissolved. They demanded if human rights situation continues to normalize demonstrably, the EU should enter into dialogue and reconsider the sanctions imposed on China over Xinjiang. The reality is,
but why?
It's more complex, however.
Do they mean like making the sanctions stronger? Okay, I misinterpreted that.
NZZ investigation in Xinjiang shows. On a week-long trip in November, NZZ journalists visited 30 prisons in various parts of Xinjiang.
What you up to, Max? You got any videos you want me to watch?
A region 5
or you too, Electrocon. Like, if you have videos you want me to watch or like songs to listen to.
Times the size of Germany. The exact location of the
And that's on
camps were pinpointed by the think tank Australian Strategic.
What did they say?
Visited 30 prisons in various parts of Xinjiang, a region 5 times the size of Germany. The exact location.
Is that actually true? Real size of. True size of. I want Germany. Oh, Jesus. I mean, yeah, but like most of this is uninhabited, right? Don't have any videos right now. Also, nice to hear you recovering, right? We're doing some experimental science here. Listen. Okay, I could see it being 5 Germanys. There were like 4. Also, most of this land is uninhabited. Spiced Spade Run. Spiced Spade Run? Spiced Spaghetti? I don't know what that is.
Location of the camps were pin.
Oh, Space Age. Yo, I haven't got that DLC. I didn't buy it. Marquee reagent test. On I didn't know that was like a shortening for Space Age. But on I didn't buy the DLC because I'm like, yo, I got so much shit to do in this game. Regardless. And that's on that is on Also, it's nice to talk to you, Max, since you can't really speak right now. But yeah. Yo, I had the shittiest night. I had the shittiest night today. Because I slept like 2 hours. And then I was up at like 2 a.m. until like 6 a.m. And then I slept in again for like 2 more hours. But I was just like tossing and turning. Like, I don't know. I just woke up and I couldn't sleep again. I don't know what it was. I don't think anything woke me up. I just genuinely couldn't sleep. You hate being restless? The thing is, like, for me, I think for you it's like a normal thing. From what you've told me. For me, it's like so unusual to not sleep at least 8 hours. Like, I usually sleep 9 hours per day. So to not have that is very off-putting for multiple reasons, obviously. So do you like the otag? Do you like the otag? I made it this morning. Also made a background for the stream. If I toggle this, you can kind of see. Made a background, made it like a wallpaper. But on can't really see it right now. Fuck with it. Yo. Pause, twin. On Alright, that's enough of this shit. We go. Kesha? Jin Ching? I don't think that's what they meant. I really don't think that's what they meant. I did snort when Ethan says Hassan presents himself as a left-leaning Democrat like me. That's her. What do you mean? That's her. That's not a goober. That's her. And what? There's no what on screen. If you type what in chat, I'm gonna ban you on her. has closed many camps. Yeah, that's what I was saying when I read the article. Does he not grasp that many implies they haven't closed all the camps like he claimed? Really hard to tell if he's disingenuous or dumb. Probably both. He's just obtuse. He's acting obtuse. Be for real. Wasn't Hassan the one complaining that even paused too much so the audience wouldn't remember the point of the video? Listen, every complaint is a confession with this guy. 90% crash out, yes. Reminder that Hamas Piker does not wear real glasses to see better. He's so old, it's unbelievable. Like he doesn't use headphones. He uses Zoom to call people instead of Discord. He like has technical difficulties all the time. He wears glasses, like reading glasses. He's actually an old man. It's kind of funny. Xinjiang, for the purposes of English speakers. I couldn't finish the debate with H3 because I was still ill and Hassan would not stop talking without taking a breath. The thing is, like, he goes in circles, right? And not only that, the only, like, Hutch said it very well at the start of this video, but Hassan has this reasoning that, like, if XYZ big event is happening right now, then you can't talk about anything else. You can't talk about anything else. So if you have, like, personal grievances with him, the thing that he tells Ethan all the time is, yo, but there's a genocide going on. As if, like, if there's a genocide going on 6,000 miles away, I can't, like, shit, shave, shower, fucking eat and drink, you know? I'm a fucking person. I have personal grievances with you for your behavior. We need to address them. You can't just defer it to, like, oh, but there's a genocide. And this is what Ethan was saying, like, being pro-Palestine doesn't mean that you get a shield or to, like, cloak you from, doesn't mean you get a cloak to shield you from all criticism. Yeah, he was incredibly hyper-focused, just deflected every single other point that Ethan made. No, he did it even worse. Every other point, some of them were deflected, a few of them were deflected. A lot of them were, he was just acting obtuse and wouldn't understand what Ethan said. But most of them, he was just like, yes, Ethan, you're crazy. There's nothing behind this and you're insane. You just see anti-Semitism everywhere and you're crazy. Which is absolutely unbelievable behavior. I don't know if that's very kosher for, like, leftist values. Gaslighting seems to be a strat. It always is. It always is. Anyway, we're gonna play some Factorio on tab. Africa is genocide every week, every day sometimes. The Israel genocide subject being the only one really sets me. I get where people come from, because Israel isn't, like, a major ally of the United States, especially because they're, like, the only democracy in the Middle East, basically. But yeah, I mean, look, there's a genocide going on in South Sudan that's killed, like, how many people? 2 million people, I think. Why aren't we talking about that? You can't talk about Palestine while talking about South Sudan. How could you ever care about two things at once? My little small brain can't comprehend, you know? Anyway, let me boot up Factorio. All right. Also, one more thing that I'll add, just as kind of closing statement. If you want to understand like what kind of person were you guys from, I'm not disclosing that until I'm from my house. But one more thing I'll add. Do you accept call-ins? Yes, but not from you. If Electro Connor Max wants to call in, that's fine. I'm from the Earth. Lole. Listen. One more thing I'll add is like if you want to judge somebody's character by like the things that they do, Hassan sets a really good example, you know. And the reason is because if you look at how he behaves when like liberal regimes, I play without mods, but I'm not that deep into the game. When liberal regimes actually die, like when Ukraine dies, when Taiwan is at risk, when Israel was being co-opted by the Netanyahu government, these guys are nowhere to be found. It's like we fight for freedom until it's liberal governments, you know? Wait, can I make this on turn? Wait, let me make this taller a little bit on turn. Okay. I play without mods. Right now, this is the bass. Let me put on some. Y'all got any suggestions for music? Let me know. But until then, also let me move the counter. Until then, mods make it so much more fun. I could add mods at any point, basically. But yeah, the fuck. Hey yo, Electrocan, thank you for subscribing, bro. See what you mean, but I see Hassan's as well. First time hearing of the man, by the way, but he is clearly the kind of person who doesn't like capitalism, democracies. No, but he loves capitalism. You don't understand. This guy loves capitalism. He actually, now we grow the factory on turn. We gonna do that. This guy loves capitalism. You don't understand. He's like the best champagne socialist, fake socialist you've ever seen. The guy loves everything to do with like profit and money and whatever. He just tries to put up a front. And that's why we say he's a grifter. It's not because, you know, I don't have an issue with him like being a socialist and having a ton of money. It's just he's not a socialist, you know? He doesn't stand for those values. And it's fine, just be honest, like, you don't give a fuck, it's fine. You don't donate to, you live in North Hollywood in a fucking mansion. You don't donate to charity, you don't, you know, you've been on vacation to Japan, but like, you've never been to Palestine or the Middle East, like, please, be for real. Also, I'm gonna put on some music on 10. His upbringing was conservative. His father is part of the what do you call it? Like the Turkish right coalition under Erdogan. And he grew up in Istanbul, but also he dodged the military draft. Also, Electrocan, if it's your first time hearing about Hassan, yo, don't even worry about it, bro. He's not even worth paying attention to. It's just as someone that like hangs around these spaces, very annoying presence. Yeah, congrats. It means you have a life, actually. Yo, on Ter, what was that song we played the other time? On Ter. Let me look in history. On Ter. There we go. quite the peculiar smelting setup. It's alright. I'll make it better at some point. But I'm waiting until I get like electric furnaces. You know? Have you got oil? Yes. I have a little oil cell up here. But right now the oil is not much. I need to get over here for more oil. And there's some uranium over here. But right now I'm gonna try to make... What do I want to make? I want to make more assembling machines. Because I need them for like a concrete plant. Another space song by Failure. The problem is, like, I keep dying at those fucking nests. I think I will wait until I get the flamethrower. And then we gonna be good on time. So I wanted to replicate this whole system over here. Because I wanted to make the blue research and the black research as well. You know? Also, we got 7 people watching. Or do we? No, we don't. Not anymore. Bruh. View count has pretty much been fine and since I've started streaming. There's been like a couple subs per stream, which is not bad. On 10. This summer gonna be good, bro. A main bus would be good for me. Listen, we making a fucking spaghetti. It's okay. Hey, yo, this one for you. I think these guys are from Argentina, I think. I'm not sure. Thank God for being born in Latin America. Listen, I don't envy you, Loki. But, hey man. Nice to be proud. Nice to be proud of something. For once, I guess. I swear, playing like GeoGuessr, South America pops up way more than I would expect. Like way more than East Asia or Europe or anything. Yeah, I feel like it's a tie between how much places like Australia and New Zealand and South Africa pop up and South America. What do I mean? I don't know. I guess it's just my luck or something. Also, if you got any songs or videos you want me to watch, or if you got GIFs you want me to put on screen, some of them GIFs, I'ma do it. You just gotta send me. Does it fit? It fits. Okay. So I'm gonna put it like... I'm gonna put this joint like... Wait, I gotta make some of those arms. Why? I dumped all of it. You could eat an entire house right now? Listen, I just had some pizza. All I know in Italian is pizza. Are you literally eating your family out of food and home? Or what is it? House and home? Something like that. Bro, I was up early in the morning. I was watching... Ooh, pizza, what flavor? It was just... what we call margarita. Is just you know, some of that cheese and some of that... Wait, why not make it like that? Oh, because that one needs access. Okay. It was some of that cheese and it was some of that tomato sauce, you feel me? And it was thin crust, because listen, thick crust pizza is not pizza, you feel me? That's a pie. That is a pie. Some call it pizza pie. I don't know. Kind of weird. Yo, listen, I got another song. What song we gonna play next? Listen, Lil B.
This shit hurts your heart when your mom get evicted, but I keep my head up, my game is never restricted. Niggas said I threw salt when he took that loss, but I'ma tell you like this, bitch, I never been shifted. Riding that new presidential is shifting, man, I drive them old whip stacks, that sick shit. I'ma tell you like this, niggas was rocking on 6th Street, talking to the people, man, the rest was history. My life was crazy, homeless people giving me peach coffee. Charlie, thank you for surely, never forget, I see you real early, giving me some game.
What you got to eat today, man? Or have you not eaten yet? Is that why you're hungry? I'm not gonna lie, my wallet looking kind of fucked up right now. X-Style by Apex Stream. Yo, I know that one. Oh, but wait, I'm gonna let this finish. Listen, Lil B owns swag, you feel me? He's swagging out. Why'd my monitor turn off?
Niggas don't got a choice but to fuck with me, so I'm like, man, fuck these niggas, man, to the core, bro. I'm gonna tell you like this, man, I'm back on my other shit, Green Flame other. You know, yeah. Yeah, the back to the home, niggas.
All right. What now? What now? You like the beat for this? Listen. Glam's Casino. I love you though. I love you, you feel me? What did you say, Extol? The pads are going in reverse. It's one of Clam's Casino big things, you know. Alright, how do we assemble? How do we assemble somebody motherfucking... Oh wait, I shouldn't have done that. Boom, boom. Do we do it here? Yeah, I think so. Wait. Boom, boom. Okay, okay. Yeah, pretty swag. Yo, listen, this be swaggy too. Swag now. Listen. Listen, I don't remember what the dark research needed. Piercing Rounds magazine. Okay, we got walls. Walls I feel like should be pretty easy. Okay. Wait, is that lined up? We're gonna make walls with this. My fault, I just gulped. Grenade. Okay. What does a grenade need? Coal and iron plate. Okay. That's fine. So those are prime resources. That's fine. I need to invert this then. Just make some of these. Make all of them. Swag down, listen. Or maybe I should just like make a separate line for it, so that I don't have to tie that in there. On 10, we gonna do that on 10. What do you... My fault. What do you think of the new chat overlay? I changed the font and made it slightly larger. Like it looks alright. Sheesh. Wait, I need a... Actually, I can make that later. We're fine. You kind of prefer the other one? Damn. Alright, we gonna work on that still. Isn't that what British people say? Still. Alright, so the steel, I'm just gonna... Tuesday. I'm just gonna resupply it myself. Listen, I'm gonna put on a little bit, some more little bit. Unless you got suggestions.
Yeah, bass guy, nigga. Fuck you niggas, bruh. Yeah. Young bass guy came straight for the bitches. Mac 10 lay him on the floor like a mattress. Young bass guy in Olympics. Stay fucking bitches. Got the chopsticks with extension. Hoes on my dick cause I look like Madlock. Bitch kiss my ring, your baby daddy is a mascot. Hoes on my dick cause I'm white like Astaroth. Bitches on my dick cause my rim chop like applesauce. Fuck what it's costing, flossing, bossing. 6 pinky rings and your bitch wanna toss it. Bride with no mask on, that pussy take that hanky paint. Boy talk that fire and I'ma hit him with the laser. Dress her as my hoe, she sucked my dick then I raced her. 10 carats on my ring, I got that folk with the plater. Hoes up my dick cause I'm finna be a baby. Your bitch kiss my ass and I ain't fucking with them haters. Bass got my dick hoe. You don't wanna try me, get your ass robbed. Fucking with this pretty bitch. Hoes on my dick. Hey, black kid, West side page, nigga. Suck my fucking dick, this bitch I'm lit like a trick. Suck my dick hoe. You don't wanna try me, get your ass robbed. You know that, these niggas know that. Hoes on my dick. West
The fuck was that?
Suck my fucking dick, bitch.
Wicked.
Like a trick. Bitch, I look like Ben and Jerry.
Yo, I just heard some motors outside. I'm saying.
20 on my dick and I might just be impaired. That 4.5 caliber make you look like Fran Drescher. Sex with your bitches, head gang so cozy. Your bitch look nasty, she look like James Posey. Sex my main bitch with the Glock 9 and 10K. 10 on my dick and my girlfriend Persian. Bitch suck my dick cause I look like a surgeon. 10 on my dick that kiss my ass on purpose. Told my main bitch that's
yeah, pretty much.
Spanked her. That's my main bitch if she hungry. Spanked her. Flexing
I don't condone that, by the way.
Yo, bitch is on my hip, and I ain't talking about that pager. Yo, bitch suck my dick, cause I look like Darth Vader. I hope Supreme Court, I elected that bitch, cause I'm the mayor. Yeah, nigga, bass. Black Ken, nigga. Black Ken, nigga. Hey, bruh, bass guys, you feel me? Lil B.
Oh, damn.
Black Ken dropping. Raining
My fault. No spanking? No spanking.
Mixtapes on y'all niggas, bruh. Hey, I got 250 free songs, man.
Unless.
Drip.com.
Alright, look.
Go there. On the left side, Lil B Archives. I got 250 songs for y'all.
Whoa. What? Alright, listen, any more songs? Let me play this song. Low key fire, let me play it. Is there anything else I need? A little trauma can be illuminating. Alright, well, I'm gonna play that. What did I need? Oh, so that makes gears. That makes electrics. This makes wire. Oh, wire. And then this is making green research. Fuck is that? Oh, okay. More gears. Red research. Okay. Barbiga. Stop. A little trauma can be illuminate. I swear to God, if I get a copyrighted, that's the word doing it. That ain't tough.
You did good, sir.
Y'all, afterwards we're gonna play A-Rap Money. The A-Rap Money remix. Yo, that's low-key fire. Wait. God damn it. Bro, what? What? Oh my god, please. Really? Alright. This shit kind of jammy though. These guys know how to make a melody. I definitely like that. Oh no, B. Oh damn. I can't place that there. Need more of these. Is this it? No. No, that ain't it. Is this it?
SoundCloud has copyrighted this shit like 9,000 times, but fuck it.
Yes. LOL. What is that sound effect? That low-key goes 10. My screen. You can't even hear what he's saying. This is crazy. Yo, chill. Pakistan versus India conflict? No, listen. Was that one Indian song? Bro, whatever. Let's not be weird. Okay? Let's not be weird. There we go.
The dance flow silly, the ladies gon' feel me. The fellas in the back, and they twisting up a belly. Get silly, 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 get
silly. I actually need that. I don't. Oh. Yo, what's up though, bro? What you tell me, bro? You been working recently? No? I mean, you are sick, but... How do you expect me... How do you expect me to write that down? Masiki... Chasiki? This? Bro, the cowbells. Oh, hell no, twin. Oh, hell no, twin. Nah, but this shit low-key cool, though. Oh, wait, I need... Bro. Since when could you read Russian? I don't. I literally don't. That's why I said Masiki, because that is a mu symbol. The mu. Do I have mu? Hey, yo, type mu in the chat. Chasiki? Oh, I don't know. That was alright. What else do we have? What else do we have? Listen, okay, I got a banger. Banger alert. On Ted is a banger. Bad Blood by Bastille. Okay. I got you, Ted. I got you. Stop. Oh wait, why would I do that? Alright. I'm trying to automate the guttimation. Listen, I'm trying to do the guttimation. The guttimation make it so that I got 3 types of research here, alright? I got red shit, I got green shit, and I got black shit. And I need all of those to be automated. Except the issue is right now, I only have the components automated for 1, which is the coal. But I also need steel for this shit right here. And I need stone bricks for this shit right here. So I need to figure out a way to tie in all that stuff. While obviously you're trying to wire everything up so that it actually works. Instead of shitting the bed. Oh my god, bro. Oh, good. It's good you know the issue. Well, right now it's just I don't know how to wire all this stuff up. And also I gotta make more of these little things. Also, Bad Blood by Bastille up next on Ter Radio. Ter Radio, listen. Where is it? Where's the wonder one with no oh whatever. I like this, but low-key a little bit too normie for my taste. Ah. Oh my god. My dubbers. It was the only good album they made. I felt that. I wonder what that's like as an artist. To be like, damn, my fan base does not fuck with my new stuff. I wonder what that feels like. Probably quite common. Yeah, but it must not feel good, you know. Like, surely that doesn't feel good. Imagine Dragon's ass song though. What the fuck? Yeah, I'd agree. Especially if you're putting your soul into these projects, yeah. Kinda sad. Yeah, it sounds good. I'm not gonna hold you. On 10. Wait. Oh, never mind. I'll probably end up picking these up in a moment. We getting A-Rap money. Okay, turn this on. Yeah. I need to make a fuck ton of those. Hold up. Ton of these arms. Alright, what else we got? What else we got? Yo. Listen. Was it Empathy? Was it that one song? I think this one was good. I'm not sure. These aren't connected? Oh my god, bro. Oh, you motherfucker. Cool, I know this song? Of course I know this song. Come on, man. You think I like abusing women and I don't know about crystal castles? That's a joke. Mods, delete the vote. Oh boy. I've got my work cut out for me here. Pause that. Pause. Alright. Wow. How much of the gameplay is like comprehensible if you've never played the game? Oh my god. Oh. What else? What else we got? Listen. What do I listen to on my old time? Listen, Grinch's Ultimatum. We gotta play it. Wait. Oh my god, these are awful. Okay, no, this one is. Factorio looks incredibly complex. I don't know. I feel like it does a really good job at pacing the game. That, you know, you don't feel overwhelmed at any point. It's just kind of like, oh, yeah, this new feature is gonna be helpful. Like one feature at a time, you know? You're referring to the player experience that, yeah, it's probably not so bad. Yeah, like if you start from zero and you don't have an introduction to this game, I feel like it does a really good job at pacing everything so that, you know, it's comprehensible to the user. So fuck. We ain't got no music though. Hold on. Was 6 also live? That's cool. What was that other Crystal Castle song? Vanished? Yeah, okay. Branches by Bones. Yo, you like Bones way too much. But I'ma play it on turn. You haven't listened to him since winter? Bro falling off. Lost his #1 fan. That's crazy. Hey, White Nessie. He'll be devastated. Oh, yeah. Wait, we need to filter those. Oh no. Oh no, wait, actually I don't. Oh, this one does. What? Yeah, okay. Branches by Bones. Bones branches. Yeah. This guy has been around for a while now. Who? Bones? I know that. Are we getting singing on this album? What the fuck? Bro, oh my god, please. That's it? Let me play one. Oh, I got one. One thing that annoys me is that his songs are really short. Yeah. Nah, that'd be fire. What you mean? Kind of like classic Jamaican type shit. And what if?
It's daydreams that I love, where you might be controlling some of the thoughts. The green takes over. Things are unraveling before you without your intervention.
Walking four corners of God's country. Group calisthenics and morning fog. Catskill views, cats still yawn. A few 100 miles from hot garbage and smog. 89 fine Air Max 91st ride. Fresh long, sweet blood, light bulb, spark blackness. Back at the annex. Past bedtime kissing, praying nobody catch us. Zap, baby powder, homie sock if you fell asleep first. Pummel body, lottie dial. Batteries added, vicious cycle. Hurt people. Days of summer.
Which is true, by the way. That is so true.
Red moon over the rec room in direction of discovery. Idle time wondering. Thumbing 70s ebony mags, dripping red icy on the pages. Learn to swim in the pool where a boy drowned last year. Wax in my ear, I heard voices I couldn't make out in the deep end. When I dipped my head under, come again. Birds stuck to my socks, pinch every few steps on the way to the graveyard. Old man crops, he's head in my foot locker.
Ah, that is so true. Hurt people hurt people. What else we got? If you want to hear like a real clippity clappity ass beat, I think, which one was it? Blue Smoke, I think. The fact that these guys can rap over this shit is crazy. Like, actually insane.
Over time, symbols eclipse the things they symbolize. I sympathize, but read the contract before you sign, son. We not even in contact, but still have to hear all this motherfucker's lies done. Shouldn't be surprised. Don't let me catch you unsupervised. Pushing every button, just remember it's no rewind. Mind you, you never met a nice group of guys in mine. Even when they got mean, the bud was kind. Indoors when y'all was outside. Johannesburg and the Ford Explorer. Just remember this the 4th of July. Boards on the bra. This is the wrong part of town to be driving by. Crack the wide, that's suicide doors on your ride. Electric fence, big ass satellite dish pointed at the sky. So much tape hits, FBI agents narrowed their eyes, frustrated, asking to be reassigned. Been on this N-word for months. I think it's all just rhymes. I'm still peeking, and if it's just us speaking, these N-words is on the decline. I'm Steve. Big smoke. I took the honeycomb out the hive. No disrespect to your mans and them, but I'll actually do it live. Learn the hard way, motherfuckers were running, shooting after we spent months trying to strategize. The pork belly was brine, braised, then deep fried. Fresh mint, Thai basil, pickle, watermelon rind. Julienne scallions and other alliums gave me peppermill one grind. Non-committal when she said she cook next time.
Yeah. Alright, what? Oh, we gotta play classic. Listen, this is classic.
You know, I always wanted to be the best. You know, I always wanted to be God. This is real talk. It's Lil B. Yeah. My new name is Space God. Ice cream paint job. Only come out in the dim lights. Vampire shouts out to AE.
Riding in that 6-0. Outside the 2, baby. Cause I'm grinding in my tiny pants. In these tiny pants. I come through your crib. I'm a team leader.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So just to tell you, yeah. Everybody that thought they had it, you need to think again. Throw your hands up, it's little beef for little boss. I need all the bass energy I can. Yeah, is this what you really want? You got me in the flesh now.
No, I'm not stressed out, I'm God, I'm the best now. My see-through glasses.
So nauseous. Somebody tell the earth I'm the best now. Somebody tell the ocean I'm the best out. Somebody tell the trees I'm here now. Somebody tell the world I'm based now. See me in outer space, I'm out of reach today. Celebrate for me.
I'm based for life, yo. You based for life if you based for life if you here right now. Don't Alright, what else? What else, man? What bangers? What else bangers we got? Mr. Brightside? Ah. Bro. Alright, listen. A ton more of these. I would need more regardless, but yeah. How the fuck do I have this much copper? And I'm gonna get rid of this anyway. So who really cares, right? Boom. Boom. We're living with 12 altars. Living with 12 altars. Oh, this is special books by special kids. Yo. Low-key, that channel be fucking me up. You know when, you know that YouTube tried to like erase their channel? That's crazy, bro. Alta. True. Old. Yeah, that's disgusting, bro. Listen. Wait, let me put on some music first while I do this. Then maybe we'll watch that. Oh, I love this track so much, Max. You don't understand. This track is so heat. Let me boost this shit. Alright, this is, I think, working out decently. like the rhythm guitar in the background? Yeah, on turn. Anything this guy makes is straight heat. Where I get so much fucking copper from? On 10. So what you want to talk about, man? I'm kind of lost in this game right now. Yo, wait. I have an idea. Yo! Hey, listen, I'm gonna put on a banger. Banger alert. You're just waiting for the video, you're good? Enter engage. Alright.
Extra size, then size way. Extra broad, extra broader than Broadway.
Rosie tell me to come, so she didn't have a daughter, she did have a son. Sing. Is it working correctly? Then my fault for we. I think it is. Okay. So she did have a son. I want your baby to come tie me down. Okay, kind of a weird wire setup, but oh, maybe not that weird. Yeah, that looks alright. Come, here I come, should do what Lily was. Sing. I don't care. I found you. Seeing. Okay, listen, I'm gonna pull up the video. It better not be on some freak shit. Or well, I mean, I know it's what do you call it? Special books by special kids, but yeah. I think. No, not that. Okay. Killed me, bro. What do you mean? You are dead? Why are you dead? Yappa, yappa, yappa. Shut it, please. Living with 12 altars. Listen. I'ma sing my soul out. For 60 years, rare dissociative disorder.
Spedizioni veloci.
Oh my god. What the fuck was that?
Like the world to know about you.
Oh my gosh. So I'm here to come out, I guess. I have a dissociative disorder.
Wait, whoa.
It's called...
Hold up. Dissociative disorder. Meaning. Involve experiencing a loss of connection between thoughts, memories, feelings. Okay.
Otherwise specified dissociative disorder, which means that for me, that I have multiple personalities, but what's different than someone with dissociative identity disorder, there's no amnesia barriers between alters. I'm trying to think about anything else. I think that's it.
You said you're here to come out. Do many people in your life not know about your mental health disorders?
Right. Most people don't. Most people don't. My friends don't. My family really never... They understood about it, but they didn't want to learn about alters.
Oh my god, please.
They wouldn't get to know me. This is me. This is the real me. All the alters. And so most of the time in life, I'm just presenting as, a normal, regular person. Other people don't know about it.
What is an alter?
An alter is another personality. It's like short for altered state of consciousness or something. So they're all the people that I have inside my head, so to speak.
Yeah, that sounds low-key scary.
My system is 12, and that I'm including myself as that. But yeah, right now I have 12 people.
You said that you are Amanda.
Mm-hmm.
Do different alters have different names?
Yeah. Everybody has a different name. And there's I have adults, I have teenagers, I have children, I have male and female.
Whoa.
For somebody who is not familiar with a disorder like this, they might hear something like that and not.
It's more of a personality disorder. It's a trauma response. How do you have... Yes, I guess I understand, but it's so hard to comprehend, like how you could have other genders inside of you. Pause. Oh my god. Mods! Take down the vote. I'm trying to understand. Because obviously, like on some level, I understand that gender is malleable, right? But like, how do you have people inside of you that like that all the time? I guess I get it. I guess. Wait, hold up. I'll unpause.
Not be able to grasp how it could come into being. Can you explain how a disorder like this originates?
You have to be young. Like I think the boundary edge or cutting off edge is like 8 or 9. You have to be young, and then you unfortunately have to experience severe, extreme childhood abuse.
What is the function of an alter?
So when you're a small child and these terrible things are happening to you, your mind is like, okay, this isn't happening to me. It's happening to, and then it splits. And this works with little kids because the ego isn't, all that stuff isn't fused really well, and so they can just split off. And that's how they survive it.
How would you describe your relationship together?
Loving and supportive, very accepting. You know, when you marry someone, they aren't necessarily aware of all the things that they have, like the bipolar or the DID or the OSDD. It's something you might discover, and along the way, we've always been able to work out who's are being accepting of things, and that takes you a long way.
When were you diagnosed with otherwise specified dissociative disorder?
It wasn't called that when I was diagnosed, but I was 29 when I actually really went to see a therapist and really confronted it.
How old are you today?
65.
What did they call it back then?
MPD, multiple personality disorder.
How long have you two been married?
Damn.
We're on 44. It'll be 44 years in July.
Tell me about your spouse.
My spouse is Jane, and she's wonderful. And when we first faced this, she wasn't sure about it. But then she thought about it and realized she'd been talking to alters ever since we'd been married. And it took her a little bit to accept it, but she's been wonderful. She loves, everybody has a relationship with her or has had at some point, and she loves me and she loves them, and she puts up with all my
Oh my god. Shut up. That's crazy though. Imagine your partner having something like this. That is crazy. I don't really know what to say because obviously, like, I wasn't abused as a child. And even if I wasn't, like, I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna claim that I was. You know? Can't wait. The brain is incredible. Sure. Especially the brain your mom gives me.
Amanda first told you about all of her alters, or which at the time were called personalities.
Yes. Well, I thought that she and her therapist were making up some of these things, and that she had altered personalities because her parents were so unaccepting of who she was. And at that time, I had no idea about the daycare and the severe abuse.
Tell me about your alters.
Not sure what do you want to know?
Do they have different personalities?
Yes, they do. They have different personalities. They're different voices, different people. Brandon really wants to talk. I don't know what he would say, though. What do you want to say? I don't know. It's really easy to switch. It's not hard for us. It might be harder for someone with a dissociative disorder that's fighting those barriers. You will see the person kind of close down a little bit and then change. And for us, it's just really smooth.
When she had personalities come out, I just thought that they were her being dramatic, which is what her parents thought. And then her therapist...
That cat? What's going on?
...had discovered this. And I
Oh, it's a
call up the
is that a,
therapist
what is
and
that?
say, encouraging her alter behavior is not working out for us.
Do your alters have differing opinions? For example, would one be happy I'm here and then another maybe not even like me?
They all like you, but they all like you. They're really happy you're here. But yes, they can have different opinions. Sometimes if I check in with them and ask them a question, answer this question,
Birds? That sounded like a cock-a-doodle-doo.
It's like, oh no, we all don't like this, or we all love this. So it just depends on the question and what they're thinking about.
What about food preferences? Did you ever order a pizza?
What does that mean, though? Like switching between personalities? So you have different tastes and different preferences? So what, like, one personality will be like, yo, put on that Notion remix. And then the other personality will just go like, fuck not, twin. Is that what they mean? Like, how does that work? Also, I got a little son here. But who takes control of the body? That's what I want to know. Cheers.
As one alter, then you switch, and you're upset when the pizza gets here because you don't like the topping?
Because those personalities are split, they're compartmentalized. Okay.
Right. That's more common with like DID. So like there used to be this thing because like I like pizza and hamburgers, right? And a lot of other people do. And Aurora and Amanda, they're kind of together. They are like wanting to order something healthy, like chicken or something, and it's like, here she is ordering this healthy stuff again. So we would talk about, we would have food fights, but the food fight would be over the menu. while we're sitting there talking at each other and stuff.
Do the alters talk to each other?
Yes. They can talk to each other. They can have conversations out loud. It drives everybody else nuts. But they're like, you talk to yourself all the time. We don't know if you're talking to us. It's a genuine complaint.
Do all the alters get along?
Yes. That isn't the way it is in other systems, I guess, but pretty much everybody gets along. Everybody's friends.
What is a system?
A system is a group of alters.
What do you mean that you don't have amnesia barriers between alters?
So with dissociative identity disorder, which is the one most people are familiar with, the host personality, the person.
I'm not familiar with that, but okay.
To me, I might be labeled the host. In that situation, they might have blackouts. They might lose time while another alter is there. So they don't remember what's going on. They don't know what's going on. So that's an amnesia barrier. And within their system, there might be other amnesia barriers with different alters. In some situations, maybe there's an alter who is co-conscious. That means they're still aware when another person is out and what's going on. So it varies depending on what's going on in the system and how it's structured.
Are your alters all always present, or do they come and leave?
They come. I mean, they're there. They know what's going on. Everyone can know what's going on. So when they come out, they know you're Chris, Jane's over here, da da da. They know all of that. They're not surprised at it. The way you might have in DID, where there's an amnesia barrier, and the person may come out and go.
DID. I'm guessing that's DID disorder. Dissociative identity. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay, what's going on now? You know, not always. It depends on how the system works, but yeah, mine always know, so they're not surprised.
And then I got some books that were better than the movies that were done.
Oh.
And read people,
yeah, she's not got the amnesia, the other people with DID. Oh.
Multiple personality
Wait, so
disorder.
does DID, does that mean when you become yourself again, like when you become your proper identity, you end up like dissociating from the previous things you've done, I guess? Does that mean? Or am I thinking of something else?
And I began to realize that it was a real thing.
I like to be interviewed. I'm Brandon.
Brandon, tell me about yourself.
Like I'm a teenager. I'm 15. I've been 15 for a really long time. I didn't come out that way. When I came out, I was 3. And then I got older, and now I'm...
Twin. You need to type in chat. You need to be like, wait, which means her other personalities. She's not got the amnesia that other people with DID have, which means her other personalities can remember things that other personalities can't. I don't know if that... Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, yo, Speed, I'm watching your stream. Why are you trying not to laugh, bro?
I'm just where I am. And I like to cook a lot, run around. I'm grumpy sometimes. I like to think I'm very cool. I'm probably not very cool, but I like...
Okay, listen, no 15-year-old boy likes cooking.
To think that.
Do you have a different type of relationship with each alter in the system?
Yes.
Can you describe the differences in the relationship between the alters?
Well, of course, they're different ages. There's both female and male. And they all have different ideas and different personalities. So it's more or less like living with a bunch of people although I love them.
Are there any other altars who would like to answer a question?
Anybody gonna be brave?
What?
You want to be brave? I know, no. It's Steffi. Hi, it's Steffi.
Tell me about yourself, Steffi.
I'm 5. And, I wanted to go to kindergarten, but I can't go to kindergarten. It's sad.
Were there certain altars that were harder for you to accept than others?
Yes.
Which ones were the hardest?
There was kind of a devil worship sort of altar. And
What?
I actually liked
Hello?
him, but he was very difficult to put up with and sometimes scary.
Is this altar still part of the system?
No. No, he's not there.
Do any of your altars have the reputation as the rebel?
Not really. I mean, Brandon's saying he is, but how much of a rebel are you, dude? Not really.
I wonder if, right, some personalities are actually more common, like if they speak more. Because she has 12 personalities. What if one of them only appears like every, I don't know, 6 months or like every year or so? That would kind of be interesting.
It sounds like multiple altars can be present at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, in my system, everybody knows what's happening.
So everybody's always present?
I think that's true, to be honest. I've heard of that.
Kind of. I mean, they may not be... Okay, I'm going to start using words. They might not be in front, but they are aware of what is happening.
Does each altar have a different voice?
Yes. They do. They have a different voice. Some have a different way of speaking. Different accents.
How long did it take for you to accept and understand what was happening?
Well, I think the first year it gradually, I gradually increased my understanding of what was going on, and I began to interact with altars, and some of them were my friends, and you know, it just kind of unfolded.
I don't know what's going on with this. What am I looking at? Yo. What?
In a house with 3 adults where everybody has kind of a unique mental health disorder.
It's nuts.
It can certainly be that way.
Yeah.
Sometimes are worse than
What? Yo.
other times, but in general, I think that everything is.
Is this what
good.
2 mother households look like? Listen, I have 2 dads. It's okay. It's okay.
Tell me about your son.
My son is also very supportive. He has autism and he struggles with things and his own mental health issues. But he grew up with altars, and so did my daughter. They grew up with altars. It's just, this is who I am. And so that's not a big issue for them or for him. He's very supportive. He will talk to little kid altars and support them. It's really good.
Salem, tell me about yourself.
Like that's a hard question for me to answer and everything, because what specifically?
If you were meeting somebody for the first time, what do you want them to know about you?
I don't know. Like I think I need some more better question or like questions.
Is it okay if we just talk about your diagnoses now?
Yeah, I just need some specific questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for telling me that. What are your diagnoses?
Well, major depressive disorder. And
Yo, that's fucked up. What happened? Oh, I got a research done. Listen, I'm gonna research those instead. Because I low-key need those. Listen. What was Major Keith Flint? If I look this up, yo, on Ted, say this is not gonna be weird on Ted. Oh. Wait, what? A prodigy? I don't know. What did I want? Major depressive disorder. This is like when you have like periods of like being fucked up, right? Like being super like depressed, like sick.
Spectrum disorder.
We had both of our children
To the point where you're like
by
physically sick.
artificial insemination, and I'm a doctor, and so I was able to do the inseminations myself. And Amanda delivered 2 wonderful children.
I'm sorry, man. I'm just really stressed and nervous and everything.
Oh.
And I'm managing well right now, but I kind of want to like hit my head and pull my hair. We all have sort of stress relievers. Like with body language, people will maybe rub on their neck or wring their hands, but mine is more extreme.
No, thank you for explaining that. You're doing an amazing job. I'm completely following everything you're saying.
Okay.
Tell me about when he has trouble regulating.
He gets really agitated, and that can be scary because he's taller than we are, and he yells. He'll
Yo,
be yelling and cussing.
I heard this about like people who are mega autistic, that like their parents have like trouble keeping up with them just because they're so strong. Like adult autists, their parents, as they start to age, they will have really big troubles trying to keep up with them. Which is messed up, because on one hand it's like, damn, it's your child and he has special needs, but also like, damn, this kid could really harm you.
And it used to be that he would put holes in walls and stuff, and he has not done that for a while.
Not like I don't have dreams about doing that though.
Yeah, I know. He has a lot of angry dreams, which makes me sad, but I know that's unfortunately part of.
Yeah, all I have are nightmares or really bad dreams or.
Yeah, it's probably really important to teach them self-regulation. Sure, but somebody that's like this guy is obviously has a lot of self-regulation, right? They're even discussing it now. If all of what he says is true. But like somebody that's non-verbal, I feel like it's almost impossible, right?
Just sort of neutral dreams.
And he gets agitated, and then we don't know what to do. And the best thing usually is just to back off and give him space and don't poke the bear.
Tell me about Salem.
Salem is our son. He is still living with us due to his autism and his mental health disorders, which are kind of hard for him to manage, or challenging for him. See, what else can I say about him? He is very supportive of me. he can be supportive of Jane.
Yes, he can be, but I
It's
think
rocky.
I irritate him. Recently, I've known what to call myself. I'm bipolar.
How old were you when you were diagnosed with bipolar disorder?
Yeah, I was in my 60s, definitely.
It's pretty amazing that you were able to practice medicine and have your own practice while having undiagnosed bipolar disorder.
Isn't that amazing? Except in type 2, it's episodic, thank goodness.
What does that mean?
That means that...
Yo, low key. I don't trust like that. I don't trust like that at all. I don't want my doctor to have like episodic bipolarity. The fuck?
May have them.
I'm sorry, bro, but
intermittently.
nah.
And some people, it may be over years, so they go undiagnosed.
You use the word nuts. What is nuts about it?
It's just sometimes, you know, like an altar, Hannah or Steffi, it'll be nighttime and they'll be crying because, oh, I don't want to go to bed. I don't want to do that. And I'm like, we're always trying to console them. And you think you've done it, and then they go back to crying again. Or Brandon is always gets flustered with things like making dinner or doing the kitchen or doing this, and you know, there are you know, yelling matches and stuff. So it's dysfunction, but it's healthy dysfunction.
Why is there a nest here?
Kind of nuts, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it depends if they're medicated / can manage their mental health. If they can, then there's not an issue, but undiagnosed and not managed for sure. What does managing look like for bipolar people? I'm actually not sure.
But in a humorous way.
What was it like growing up as a kid with a mom who had so many alters?
It was normal, like I said. There wasn't, it was, you know, how was it growing up with your parents not having DID? You know, it's like, I guess I felt sort of special, or, you know, like, hey, my mom has this and I think it's really cool, and there's some alters that I really like, or that are, you know, my age and stuff like that.
What is it like to love someone, marry them, and then realize they have a mental health disorder?
And this was what I was trying to say. You don't know when you marry them, and maybe they don't know. So they're not lying to you. They just don't know yet. I think sometimes maybe people feel betrayed or something, but that's not what this is about. What's it like? It's just you're living with each other and you discover things along the way.
Bro.
And that's what it is. And the person is discovered.
Well, it'll probably be specific to their disorder, but I'm not gonna pretend I know. Me neither, broski.
Covering it with.
Because I know bipolar is like, so for some people it's like super aggressive, right? Do bipolar people get aggressive? .3% of cases. I guess for type 2 it's 14, so a little less. Versus 0.66% general adult population. So pretty bad, right? What does management actually look like for them? Just stay away from people, I guess?
With you. And so I feel like people need to be gentle when that's happening, because the person who's dealing with it is flummoxed too. They're like, they didn't know. And those things are going to happen if you're in a long-term relationship.
What did you do for work?
What did I do for work? I started out as a preschool teacher, and I eventually became a special ed teacher. I had your job. I worked with kids with intellectual disabilities, autism, mobility impairments, all of that. And I did that for from like the mid 90s to 2016 when I got so sick I couldn't work anymore.
What did you get sick with?
I have a rare autoimmune disorder that has a big name. It's dermatomyositis. So dermato, it affects the skin and the muscles. Dermo is the skin. And that's another point that I wanted to talk about is that
what's she saying? Dermatomyositis? Wait, what did she say? Yeah, that's it. Dermatomyositis is an uncommon inflammatory disease marked by muscle weakness and a distinctive skin rash. The condition can affect adults and children. I guess just being weak and having a weird rash. And no, they can be integrated into society. It depends if they're on mood stabilizers. No, but I mean like for type 2, for people who it's episodic, right? What's the solution to like having episodes? Because when they don't have episodes, obviously, like they function like normal beings, you know. I'm not saying they're like weird, but when they're having an episode, right, for type 2, you just like keep them away from other people until they become skilled enough to manage it on their own, I guess. I'm not sure. That's low-key turn. That's turn. Tyler Love in chat. So dermatomyositis is muscle weakness and a rash, okay? I also gave your mother a rash.
So dermato, it affects the skin and the muscles. Dermo is the skin. And that's another point that I wanted to talk about is that severe, extreme...
Well, with type 2, they still need to be medicated, but if they're in a heightened manic state, they would need sectioning. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, how do you manage it? You just section them or you take them somewhere else, basically.
Severe childhood abuse just changes your body and changes things, not just your mind. And so you may develop later these really terrible life-limiting chronic illnesses.
When somebody finishes watching this video, what do you most hope they remember from
That's
it?
us.
I hope that they
That's
remember that despite mental health challenges, that it's possible for people to come together and work together and support each other. And a lot of times in families, the person with mental health issues kind of gets isolated, or people don't pay attention to them, even if they have a mental health issue too.
That is kind of sad.
So I think that the important thing is recognizing what the person needs and supporting them.
That is very sad. I mean, it's sad also for like old people, you know. Because I feel like old people get ignored a lot by like families and, you know. That's kind of sad. I don't know. I don't. One thing I'll tell you is like, I really hate seeing like old people struggle. You know? I really hate seeing that because I don't know. Most of them lived like normal lives. They worked, you know, 5 days out of 7 their entire lives, and to see people like when I'm standing in line at the store and there's like an old man that can't pay for all of his groceries, that just fucks me up. Yeah, it's not. I don't like seeing stuff like that because it doesn't give me hope, right? Because it's like young. I saw a mother once. I was with her baby and she like couldn't pay for her Pampers. And that's obviously not good either. But Like, she's young, she, you know, she can figure it out if she really wants to. And like, people are willing to help her because they, you know, they look at young people and especially babies as like something that definitely needs assistance. You know? Whereas with old people, I don't know, they just get pushed to the wayside. Low-key hope I don't get old. Or actually, I hope I do on some level, because that means I have a long life. But you know, there's like a mental old and there's like a physical old. I feel like I would be okay with being physically old, you know? I'll always try my best to help if I can. That's why you that's why we love to. That's why you Whoa, whoa. Are they actually attacking the base? Oh my god, bruh. But why? Where'd you even come from? Oh my god. Well, how are they this close? Am I about to die here? Please. Bro, please get the fuck away from me. Okay, so I need to move these turrets. Gosh darn it, man. I'll always try... oh, sorry. I've had an old woman telling me that she struggles to get her shopping every week and it's pretty sad. Yeah. I agree, man. You never want shit like that to be the case, you know. Alright, well, I'm gonna pick these up. I guess repair all of these. Also build this here, so... Go. Just have loads of children and be selfish so they can help you with... when you're old. Be selfish? What do you mean? Also, yeah, that's like... I feel like that's a common practice, and it's to me, it's a reasonable thing to like have children so that they can help you out. Because I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like, you know, I'm not gonna help my parents out when they're old. Because why would I do that? Number one, why would I abandon them? Number two is like, do you think the government is gonna take care of them? Like, come on, dude. I feel like the people who do shit like that are super lefties, and I'm just sitting there like, bro, come on, dude. You've been like talking about how the government doesn't help people at all for so long. It's like now you don't want to help anyone out. Like, come on now. I'm kidding, but yeah, I mean selfish in the sense that you're having children just to fill your needs. There's nothing wrong with also, let me play some music. There's nothing wrong with like making your children do things for you if you can't do them anymore, right? 4-hour stream. Let's go. I think it depends on how you treat your kids. If you treat them like shit, then it won't help you. I guess. This is a good song. Thank you. It's Barrington Levi. The issue I have is like I feel like some kids are genuinely just kind of entitled. Like they don't know how to distinguish between like tough parenting to make you actually a better person later on versus like your parent being a piece of shit, you know. Wait, I got a good album. Hold up. Yeah, I mean, it depends where you draw the line from authoritarian parenting to abuse, yeah. Really? Oh, damn. I don't care. And I'm about to go offline in a moment, but hold on. Alright, wait. Save game. Look at that. We're expanding. I gotta take care of these nests tomorrow, I swear to God. Apparently scientists have discovered how to starve cancer. Yo, that's low-key messed up. Why would you do that to cancer, bro? Nah, man. Listen. Oh. Oh wait, I can't really move. Can't really move. Cause I'm otag. But yeah. Yo, low-key, I've been thinking about this. Wait, can you give me some can you give me like some pointers? What do you think about like making it brighter? Because this is the pattern, right? It's kind of like a rain pattern. What if I make it like a little brighter? Maybe a little bit yellow. This one kind of looks like poo-poo caca, but a little red, a little yellow, like the blue one. Like a what blue? Like cyan blue or like dark blue? Kind of like this. Okay. Also, what do you think about like the JPEG? I feel like it's good that it activates with my microphone. So when I talk, you can see otag. I have a music video you could play. Yo, Archie Lewis, I was just about to go offline, but send it my way. I'ma play it. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, it gets brighter when I talk. Otag. Listen, I've been working on the stream setup. Well, Archie Lewis, what's up? Do you love Tur? Oh, it's your own music? Oh. Shameless self-promo. Shameless, but I could do it. Yo, if you copyright strike me, I'ma kill you. On some real shit. I'ma just kill you. Oh, that shit kind of cool. Yeah, kind of. Kind of good production. Who made this? Who made the shot and edited by Stephen D. Grant? You'll tell Stephen he's cool. Where is this? This looks like... Yo, I'm sorry, I keep pausing. Max, where is this? Is this help me out? London? Birmingham? Oh, not Birmingham. Fuck. Edinburgh? Glasgow. Oh. Oh. Why there? Yo, that looks cool on 10. Oh my, LSD. Yeah, I fuck with that. That's cool, man. You know, maybe it's just because to me, like, Scotland and Denmark are pretty similar. But all the cinematography kind of reminds me of, like, also, cinematography kind of reminds me of the second Pusher film. Not the first one, but the second one. Like, especially shit like this. You feel me? Zero budget music video. So he was like your friend? Or was it, But yeah, man, I appreciate that. Listen, I appreciate people trying to come up as, you're a fan of Pusher? Hey, that's what's up. Listen, if you don't think the third one was the best, you're what? Don't type in my chat. You're what? Actually, let me check. Was Pusher 2... Pusher 2 actually was like the best rated one, right? Pusher 2 is 1 hour 40 minutes. Pusher 3? Or what the fuck am I looking at? 7 not free. 7 not free. Okay, pretty much the same rating. Never mind. Alright. I guess. But yeah, man. It's weird how it's so unknown by a larger audience. And look, all cinema, I feel like all European cinema is kind of unknown. Like if I start, or I don't know, maybe that's not true. I feel like French cinema is pretty known worldwide. Our Italian cinema is kind of garbage. That shit kind of trash, I'm not gonna lie to you. Some is good, like La Vita è Bella. Some of that stuff is good. Or like some of the old school horror movies. We made a lot of horror, I don't know why. But also, like, what cinema in Europe is known worldwide? It's all about the mood and perspective at the time. Oh, I guess that's Trainspotting was like huge worldwide. But I feel like people outside of Europe didn't really understand it. Because, we had the whole like heroin or what do you call it? Yeah, like the heroin crisis in the UK. Yeah, I put Scotland on the map. Listen, Scotland forever. Listen. Great film. People talk about it. They made us watch that shit when I was in high school. That's how influential that film was. They made us watch it in high school. That's crazy. Is there a pixel gap on my fucking gatito? I think there is. There, whatever. I don't care. That bedroom scene was a bit much for high schoolers. I don't know. I guess me as a high schooler, I guess Max can speak for himself, but me as a high schooler, I had, not like rehab or like recovery, like cold turkey recovery. But sometimes you had nights like that where you just toss and turn and you just feel so exhausted from doing nothing. But yeah, that scene was fucked up. But I guess for kids or like teenagers, it's good every now and then to run a like an anti. You were a bit of a stoner, damn, bro. I was not. I'm not gonna lie. My high school experience was literally just go to school at 6, come home at 5, and lay in bed the rest of the time. Never watched it, but yes, can relate to the restlessness. What? You never watched Trainspotting? Or you gotta be joking, bro. Yo, that's tough. That's actual tough. Trainspotting got a wait. Trainspotting 8.1 on IMDb. That's crazy. That is crazy. Trainspotting 2. I didn't watch that one. T2 Trainspotting 7.1. Oh, it has all the original actors. That's kind of crazy. You need to watch it, lol. Look, there's a lot of stuff you need to watch. I've been recommending you stuff, but you keep putting it off. You feel me? But look, yo, one thing I'll say, European cinema, it's pretty much about nostalgia of the first film. You got shit to do. Listen, me too, buddy. I'll be jorking my shit. And listen, I'm busy hanging out with your sister. But look, I don't know about nostalgia because I don't know. I wasn't alive. But I guess I'm a little jit, you know. Anyway, what time is it? The second film was about that. Oh, that's the second film was 2017. But I mean, I don't have much nostalgia for Trainspotting 1. I guess that's what I was referring to. Oh, I love how wide Nessie is still going. For the characters, oh, I get what you mean. I don't know. I didn't really. In terms of the characters, I feel like that's what I was about to say. Is listen, Korean cinema does characters so well. That you know, I feel like overwhelmed by the script that these guys put out. Like, yeah, like I don't know. You watched Sheesh, man, I could go on for about Korean cinema for like days, but a Taxi Driver was really good. Old Boy was really good. All the Yi Chang Dong films like Oasis, Peppermint Candy. I think he helped with Parasite, but he wasn't actually a director for that. Old Boy was right. Yeah, we watched that shit together. That was crazy. Hey man, have fun. No problem. But at this point, I gotta go smoke a cigar, and I'm gonna be on tour. But I'm gonna be back tomorrow. I think. I do believe. So we're gonna be playing all weekend. You feel me? Have a good night, fam. Yo, listen. Type tour in chat, cause I love you on tour. But yeah, man. Yo, I've been. Oh my god, I spent like a full night trying to figure out how to make 7 TV emotes work on YouTube, but I couldn't figure it out. Like there was a way, I think, in the past to do it, like a couple of years ago, but it doesn't work anymore, and I was so pissed off because I almost had it. I had to like code my own fucking node in JavaScript, like node.js, and then have my own port and everything, and it still wouldn't do it. That sucks. Is there not an alternative? Technically, if the emotes still work, like I can see if you type "tuh," I can still see it, but it just doesn't show up on like the stream overlay, which is kind of messed up. That's what I was trying to do. Because on browser, if you have the extension, then you can see the emotes. You feel me? But you can't see them on the stream because the browser source in OBS doesn't have extensions. You know? But this is like too complicated for me, but as poo they should add that. No, I don't think it's a like at that point it becomes a Windows source. It's like a coding thing where they have their internal browser thing, which isn't Chrome or Chromium or anything like that. It's just it's not meant to actually browse. It's just like it just grabs a link and it displays whatever's on the website. It's kind of like an HTML grabber. But I don't know. You're the IT guy, all right? You're the IT. IT stands for infinite. Infinite. Anyway, I'm gonna be back tomorrow. I'll let you know when. Thank you for tuning in. I love you on tour. And catch you next time. Bye bye.